Dharma means the righteous acts, Artha means for luxuries, money, wealth, and Kama means for we went behind desires. So Kama means desires, it involves arts, it involves the pleasures, all the things. So we have gone in the pursuit of all these things. But those people in the next, and those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, but the people who decided that they do not want to be stuck with dharma, earth, and kama, and want to move on to moksha, only those will have Hindu dharma yonism. So that means it is very clear that if you are born a Hindu, the purpose of your life is neither dharma
alone,
or
kama alone, nor artha alone.
It is moksha, which is the prime objective of your birth. And all these three can be a part of your life, but not the ultimate goal. So only those who want only moksha. So the whole emphasis is on getting moksha.
Getting liberated.
So only those will have Hindu dharma yonism. They will get the birth of a Hindu. The Sanatana Hindu dharma yonism of being born to Hindu parents. So this opportunity is given to be born as a Hindu only to the people who decide that they want only moksha as the purpose of their life.
Human birth is Uttamam, the best, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottamam birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also, they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
So Devi is revealing that the human birth is the best of all the species, all of the 8.4 million yonis. The human birth is the best. But the being born as a Hindu is best of the best. And it is given to the people who want only moksha as their lifestyle or the purpose of their life. And everyone who took this Uttamotam birth, that whoever took this birth had the responsibility to keep the living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma, this lifestyle, this science safe. Because they have given the commitment to do so, they got this birth.
And also they have the right of experiencing its benefit.
So what are the benefits of being born as a Hindu?
The benefits is you get to live powerfully by applying the science of living enlightenment in your day-to-day life and being free from all the clutches of Maya, being free from all the delusion, because you are living the science. And when you are having the benefits of this, when you are having access to the temples, the temple enlightenment ecosystem, you are having the joys of Hindu birth. We know from various surveys, such as in the UK, that Hindus are the most happiest communities in the world. Surveys have proven it. So if you are having that happy life, that the happy lifestyle of Hinduism, the large joint families.
Yes. So the spiritual component, the benefits of the spiritual life, that you know the cosmos is in a much bigger scale. We have, as a Hindu, you have at least 20 million books available right now. We had actually 100 million source books of Hinduism. Out of that, 80% are lost due to invasions. But still, 20 million books are intact and are available for you to enjoy the vastness of Hinduism. So the spiritually, you are rich. You enjoy the benefit of large joint family.
Culturally, you are rich.
You enjoy the benefits of the sattvic lifestyle that is promoted by Hinduism.
You enjoy a very good health. You get a body, you inherit a body which is multi-generational, vegetarian body, a very healthy body, especially for power manifestation.
And you get a stable family, a stable lifestyle. And the whole idea of birth, life, death, karma, everything is clear to you just because you are born as a Hindu. So the benefits of being born as a Hindu is immense. But those who took this birth by giving the commitment of keeping the Hindu Dharma safe, but they forgot it. they are mentally deluded. That is what Devi is saying here. After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the dharma of protecting Sanatana dharma, Maya sees taking away all their soul. So, because they forgot that it was their responsibility to keep the Hindu dharma, the Sanatana Hindu dharma safe, and to keep it for the next generations, those people, they are being added to the list of the people who are no more needed.
So why is Maya taking their soul? Is because it is the way Maya compassionately reminds them of the real purpose.
It's like you entering into the field, you're playing football, and you entered as your role was to defend, but you forgot that and you started to offend. And in that way, you, instead of helping the purpose of your team, you are working against it. So, what your coach will do, the coach will call you back and send someone else. And then they will teach you and tell you that what was your purpose, what was the role that you needed to play. So, you have to be reminded if you forget what is your role. So, your role, your purpose of life was to defend Sanatana Hindu Dharma, to propagate Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and to live the lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. But because you forgot it, Maya, see, is going to take you away. The soul will be taken away. You will have to drop your body, go back and learn, remind yourself that what was your purpose and come back again. So that's why the body is being taken away.
So first we have the Guru compassionately in form of Dakshinamurti reminding us. Then we have life in the ferocious form of Kalabhairava reminding us. And finally we have Maya who will remind us with the compassion of a mother, and even if needed will take our bodies, because the purpose of Hindu birth is much more than living the mundane life. She will remind us the purpose, our real purpose of liberation.
Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonism only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. So Devi is saying that she gave the Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth to the people who gave the commitment that they will protect the Sanatana Hindu Dharma even by giving their life. But after they got the birth, because of the fear and greed, they forgot that what was their purpose. What Devi Maya is going to do now is she is adding them to the list of people who are not worthy of living.
So what happens when we do not protect dharma and we get deluded? We are living a life which is not as per the purpose of our birth. So what? There's no use of living this life. We enter into the do not care attitude towards life. When we enter into the do not care attitude towards life, life also responds us by adding to its list of do not care protecting list. There might be a list of people that are must protect. There's a list of people they are in the must die. But we are ending up in the list of do not care whether these people live or these people die, because we are not living with awareness to the purpose why we have taken this birth. So our living or being dead does not matter to the world.
So here we will want to tell a small story of Adi Sankaracharya. Adi Sankaracharya, at a very young age, he lost his father, and he had the inclination of taking up the life of spirituality. But his mother, she was not ready to let him go. At that time, he decided that either he will live the life of spirituality or he will give up his life. So one day, he was taking bath in the river, and a crocodile came and caught his leg. His mother was outside of the river, and she saw that Adi Sankaracharya was in trouble. Adi Sankara shouted and told his mother, either you allow me to take up the lifestyle of sannyas, or this crocodile is going to kill me. So the mother, when she had no other option left to see his son alive, she decided and gave the order that Sankara, he can take sannyas and he can join the order and start the spiritual life. So this was the commitment level of Adi Sankara at the age of 7 or 8. That Sankara, even when his life was in danger, he was not thinking of anything else. He does not shouted out and asked mother to save him. He asked the mother that either you allow me to take sannyas and this crocodile will leave me. If you are not allowing, this crocodile is going to kill me. So this is the level of commitment that was needed by the people who came down to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And please understand the compassion of avatars and incarnation and enlightened masters. Adi Shankara's mother had only one wish, that her final rites be performed by him. Even though Adi Shankara was a saint, he was a Hindu monk.
And for monks, it is connection from Purvastram parents.
Pre-monastic relatives and parents.
Is not encouraged. But as Sankara gave up his word, has given his words when his mother died, he came back and he performed the last rites, which was opposed by the villagers and all. This is the story. But he performed the last rites of his mother.
So this is the commitment. This is the commitment. All other things beautifully will fall in place. But there is a no compromise zone. That no compromise zone is very clear. It is our integrity to Dharma. It is our integrity to the Guru's feet.
Now going further, therefore Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Swarga and Kailasa Padavi.
So here Veera Swarga refers to the heaven. Swarga would roughly translate to heaven and Veera to valor. The people, the brave people who enter into the heaven, and Kailasa Padavi refers to the people who are entitled to enter into Kailasa.
Those who give up their life, those who die in the line of duty while protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, they get the Veera Swarga. This is what is mentioned in Gita, in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, when Sri Krishna told Arjuna that Hatva va prapsyasi swargam, jitav va bhogyase mahim, tasmat uddhishta kaunteya, yuddhaya kritanishchaya. If you die in the war, you will get Swarga, you will get a heaven. If you are alive, you win, you will enjoy the planet Earth. So, deciding this, O Arjun, get up and get ready for the war. So, this is what the Sri Krishna is revealing about Swarga in this verse is the same that Devi is mentioning about the Veera Swarga, which is exclusively for the people who lay down their life in the line of duty of protecting the Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
For any reason, the people who forgot to protect Dharma, having Uttamottamam birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottamam human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
So Devi is mentioning that being born as a human and being born as a Hindu, you have immense rights, but the responsibility is also large. And protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a responsibility.
So what are your rights? Your biggest rights as a Hindu is getting enlightened, to have the possibility of getting enlightened, to live a life of radiating living enlightenment.
And what is your responsibility? Your responsibility is to keep this enlightenment ecosystem safe.
To live and protect the science of living enlightenment.
What benefits you are getting should be preserved and prevented for the next generation, so that they can also enjoy the same thing.
And because even for your own generation, even for your own personal life, in fact.
Because if you are not getting enlightened in this birth, you are again going to take a new birth and come back again. So if you are not keeping this enlightenment ecosystem saved, it will be you who will be suffering. So when you are keeping this enlightenment ecosystem safe, you are ensuring that whenever you come back, if you, in for any reason you are not enlightened in this birth, you have the chance to get enlightened in the next birth by using the same ecosystem that you have saved, created, maintained in this life. That's why it is important, when you are keeping the enlightenment ecosystem safe, you are protecting it for yourself. That's why it is said, Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. If you are protecting dharma now, even if you are missing, if you missed the enlightenment in this birth, when you take the new birth, new life, the dharma that you protected this life, it will come back and will save you from getting deluded.
Those who do not protect dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottamam birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting dharma. If you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. If you forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas, demons and devils, will eat you so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet.
So Devi is mentioning here that those who forgot the responsibility of keeping the Hindu dharma safe, their life is of no value to Maya, because they have broken the commitment they gave, and now there is no purpose of their living or dying. So Devi Maya, she is not bothered whether they are alive or dead. And in this situation, when the corona pandemic and other pandemics are attacking, the asuras are going to eat their body,
because they are being added to the list of do not care, because they are carrying an attitude of do not care for Hinduism. The cosmic laws are also putting them into the do not care list.
and they become actually burden on planet Earth. This is what is mentioned in during the Mahabharata. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is mentioned that the load of the people of that time was so much that the planet Earth took the form of a cow and went to Brahmaji and pleaded that I am feeling loaded, I am feeling burdened by the weight of the people who are living on planet Earth, and please free me from their burden. Then Lord Brahma, they all prayed to Bhagavan Vishnu, and Bhagavan Vishnu decided to take avatar and came down as Sri Krishna and relieved the planet Earth from the burden of the people. Mind it, millions of people died in the Mahabharata war, and thus the burden of the planet Earth was reduced. The same way, diseases, mass diseases like pandemics, epidemics are also the way the burden on planet Earth is being reduced. So Devi is mentioning it. Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you so that the burden on earth is reduced. This is similar to what happened during the Mahabharata war. People lost their lives in war. Within 18 days, more than 180 million people lost their lives. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. So when she will see that the people who have given the commitment to keep the Hindu Dharma safe, Sanatana Hindu Dharma safe, and they forgot to do that, and now they are being eaten away by the Asuras and Rakshasas, Maya is not going to interfere for them. She will just keep quiet and not do anything for them because they have failed their duty of protecting the Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
So we see, let us now visit some of the important news articles which just bring out this perspective. We know that 19% of Hindus are in India, and it is one of the worst hit by COVID. And this is not a coincidence. An overwhelming majority of Hindus, more than 94%, live in one country, which is India. And guess what? As per the various news which is coming from around the world, more than half of the Indian population is likely to be infected by COVID, as per the New York Times article. The estimates given by the official figures are said to be highly underplayed, with the worst case scenario being 14 times higher at around 700 million. Let us look at the original New York Times article. We see it on the right side. The worst case scenario pegs a number of 700.7 million estimated infections. This was a report from 25th May 2021.
And at 0.60% fatality rate, the number of deaths will be 4.2 million. That will be the minimum.
So this is what Devi is meaning. If you Hindus forget you need to protect the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. And that is what we just saw, 70 million versus the population of India, which is around 1.3 billion, which is, so therefore more than half of the population is likely to be already COVID infected.
Now, in that same day, Devi has revealed about the Krimi Bhojanam hell being opened in India. Let us see what Devi has told about this hell, which is mentioned in the Garuda Purana, that how the hell people, the beings are being eaten away by the worms and insects. So let's just listen to what Devi said, then we will be entering into its translation.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Nityananda.
Nityanandam. So now we will be entering into the translation of this.
So this is how the translation goes, the mapping of Devi's word in English. Everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam. Krimi means insects and Bhojanam means
Being food.
being food. So it's a hell where beings become food for insects. You can very well visualize a pit where there are millions of worms, billions of worms eating human bodies. That is exactly what is happening through corona and black fungus, white fungus, yellow fungus. That is, these are the krimis who are eating us. So Krimi Bhojanam hell has already opened in India. Everyone in India, all of you listen, the hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling in India as a thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection from it is the only way. Deadly corona taking life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Ghora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly. Prevention by protective quarantine, that is, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to earth because of the sufferings done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way. Go to Adi Kailasa.
So Devi is mentioning that the Krimi Bhojanam hell has been opened in India because of the sufferings done by humans, because the people forgot their purpose of life and they started to live a life which was not the way they committed to live. And also, many of the Adinam, the ecosystems was destroyed and the people kept quiet. Because of the karma, this Krimi Bhojanam hell has been opened. We will be entering into the Sastra Pramana of the Krimi Bhojanam, how it is mentioned in the Garud Purana that Devi is mentioning in her Akashic reading.
Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by worms. This is mentioned in Garuda Purana, in Cosmology of Hell and Nether Regions. It is mentioned in Devi Bhagavata Purana in chapter 21 on the narratives of hell, and also in chapter 22 on the narratives of sins leading to hells. It is also mentioned in Shiva Purana in 16th chapter, Uplift from Hell, in the section 5. It is also mentioned in Skanda Purana in chapter 12, Redemption from Hells, chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu, chapter 30, the glory of Dhanushkoti. It is also mentioned in Brahma Purana in 20th chapter, Hells in Nether Regions, and chapter 106, Sufferings in Hell. It is also mentioned in Padma Purana, chapter 48, a section on Netherworld. Now we will look at the Shastra Pramana.
Sanat Kumar Uvacha Tesham Murdhyo Parishtadvai Narakansta Chrunushvacha Matto Munishvara Shrestha Panchayate Yatra Papinaha.
O excellent sage, above the Nether regions are the hells where the sinners are scorched. Listen to their description from me.
Raurava Shashukarodha Stalo Vivasnastatha Mahajwalastapta Kumbho Lavanopi Vilohitaha.
They are Raurava, Shukra, Radha, Tala, Vivaswata, Mahajwala, Tapta Kumbhaka, Lavana, Vilohita.
Vaitarni Puyuvaha Kriminah Krimi Bhojanah Asi Patravanam Ghoram lalabhaksha darunaha.
The river Vaitarni consists of putrid stuff flowing in it. Krimina krimi bhojana, asi patra vana, and lalabhaksha are the terrible hells.
So all this is mentioned in Shiv Purana as well. So these are the Shastra Pramanas of the Krimi Bhojanam. So why the Krimi Bhojanam happened? Because the people forgot that the purpose of life, and now it is coming as the result of their karma.
Many people have various ideas. If you look around in the internet, people have certain ideas where they think that the COVID virus or the black fungus is a manifestation of they think it's divine in that sense. We will not dispute that, but please understand how Devi is revealing in such a pragmatic way where everything makes so much sense, where she is clearly describing the conditions on planet Earth as the opening of Krimi Bhojana hell. And very much it is clear that these beings are eating human bodies and behaving very much like those worms which have been described in Krimi Bhojana hell. They are eating the bodies. We have seen people, how their whole bodies become black with the black fungus, which infects people who are just treated with
COVID-19.
They are treated by various steroids to protect them from COVID-19, fall for the next creamies, next worms, which is the black fungus.
And Devi has given the only way to save our to go for the prevention. And what prevention Devi is mentioning is going to Adi Kailasa. The Adi Kailasa is the only way for the people to keep themselves safe during this pandemic times. So I request everyone, please register at kailasa.org/Kailasa care.
And please understand, Devi also gave us the possibility in the past that we create our own Kailasa. If we are unable to move to Adi Kailasa, she gave us the possibility millions of times to create our own Kailasa. Neither we created our own Kailasa, nor we moved to an existing Kailasa, nor we protected whatever Swamiji created. So there is no other solution. There is no escape. And home quarantine is not possible in India. That has been said by the Chief Minister of Assam. It has been said by various government authorities. It has been apparent by the census data of the country that as per the guidelines of the Ministry of Health, the way the ministry recommends people to quarantine in a multi-layered way, it is just impossible to do so in the way people live in India. So there is absolutely no solution. It's a fact. It's not an opinion.
So only way left now is being quarantined, coming to the Adi Kailasa or any of the Kailasa opened by Swamiji. You can sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa care to avail the opportunity given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to keep yourself and your loved ones safe in any of the Kailasa Adinams opened by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we will be entering into another revelation by Devi Parashakti, that how this pandemic will subside. The only solution, when India will be safe again to travel. To question by one of the participants, Devi answered, when the soil of India will be safe enough to keep the feet upon. So let us enter into that video now.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் இருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. இருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So now we will be entering into the translation of what Devi has just revealed.
You are asking whether or not to go to India. So this is in response to one of the devotees asking a question. If he can come from the US to India, is it safe to come to India until 2022? Devi is replying, know properly, understand to what is said. For this huge hell, Krimi Bhojanam, not to come to India in 2020, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India in 12 Jyotirlingas, which are the 12 religious and sacred pilgrimage spots in Hinduism. Through my son, Swamiji, she is referring to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, they drove away the sailor of the ship. The ship is being referred to the Kailasa ecosystem, which has been made as the Manu ship or Noah's Ark to help people sail through this crisis of this deluge of COVID-19 pandemic. For this,
they drove away the sailor of the ship. So where they mean by that they drove away the sailor of the ship means the anti-Hindu, anti-Guru elements, the ecosystem in India that made it impossible for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to remain at the place which he has created, the Adi Kailas ecosystem. And they drove away the sailor of the ship. This ship, which was created to keep the humanity safe, now it has no sailor.
See what is happening properly. As the leader of Kailasa nation, with complete respect, with good regards, when my Nijavatara, Nithyananda's feet touches on Bharat and does Padayatra, only after this we should go. Till then, protect yourself, do not go.
So Devi is making it very clear, till the time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is received back in India with respect, and as the leader of Kailasa nation, with complete respect, with good regards, when Swamiji, when he will do that Padayatra from the southern tip of India to the northern tip of India and throughout the 12 Jyotirlingas, then only this Krimi Bhojanam hell that has been opened is going to get Otherwise, it will keep hounding.
Honorable members of legislative assemblies making remarks and giving instructions over the media to the police, asking them when they plan to extrajudicially murder the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, in this kind of situation, we understand this is nowhere close to what Devi is referring to as the time when Swamiji is received in the nation with complete respect, with good regards. We have a long way to go, and the people need to mature, and it is the responsibility of the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do what needs to be done to make it happen.
So till the time that happens, if it happens in this year, that is well and good. If it happens in 2022, whenever it happens, after that only the land, the bhumi of Bharata will be safe for anyone to travel. That's what Devi is mentioning, that till that time, do not go. So today we will end today's Parashakti Akashic readings, the general readings here, and we will be entering into the next segment where many of the people who got the revelations from Devi Parashakti and understood that what Devi is saying, decided to came to Adi Kailasa and stay there and save themselves during this pandemic times, are going to share their testimonials, their experiences, and their views with the people, with all of us. So we will be into that segment. And taking this opportunity, I request all of you that please decide to join yourself. Please sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And remember, prevention is the only way. And Kailasa is the only option available right now where you can have the facility of multi-layer quarantine, which is not possible at your home, even if you are a millionaire. So decide to sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, and please come to Adi Kailasa. We will welcome you here. So now,
thank you for joining us, and stay tuned for the next segment. We'll be joining you back
after this short break. Thanks for joining in. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism, subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign, manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyanandam everybody, welcome back. And in today's segment of Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, we listened about the readiness of Adi Kailasa and how Swamiji is making, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is making the entire Adi Kailash and all the other Kailasas in India open for all the COVID care and prevention. And it is such a huge blessing that people are able to experience in each and every one of their lives. Today, joining with us, we have Srinitya Vimuktanandaya and Manitya Vimuktananda from Mumbai. And we'd like to ask them so that they could share their experience, their understanding as to how the current situation in Mumbai is currently, and after coming to Adi Kailasa, how their life has been. Nithyanandamaya.
Nithyananda Maharaj.
Nithyanandama. Maybe you could introduce yourself to all our viewers and participants, ma.
Srinitya Nithyananda. I am from Mumbai, but I'm staying in Mumbai for 25 years plus, and for more than a decade. And yes, in the last 10 years, I'm connected with Gurukul, connected with Sangha. From various positions I've served Swamiji. He has given me the great opportunity to serve that, and that's an introduction about me.
Nithyanandam, I'm Manitya Vimuktananda. Like I've also been associated with the Sangha since the last 10 years. Known Swamiji since 2010, since when Sri Avimukta actually started coming here. And of course, our son Gangadhara Maharaj is studying in Gurukul. And yeah, I'm a Gurukul Acharya and working with the Sangha as much as possible. So we are also entrepreneurs running a software company in Mumbai. So both the things, of course, we are trying to balance and we are trying to do it. So this is our background, Maharaj.
Wonderful, ma'am. Thank you very much, Aya, and thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us on this panel today. And so right now, many of us would be aware, and some of us might not be aware. The current situation in India is really, really very bad, and especially places like Karnataka and Maharashtra, after which is Kerala, and then Tamil Nadu. So this is like the order in which the people are getting affected. And then Maharashtra stands at the second place after Karnataka in the COVID cases and the number of deaths. And the situation there is actually very bad. So Ma Avimukta and Shri Avimukta, would you like to share as to what was the current situation in Mumbai and how practically you're able to witness, like just being there in that very locality, which was the highest hit at that point in time? Would you like to share with all our viewers what the situation is in Mumbai?
Yes. So what happened is, I'll just give the small preview of what happened in the COVID-1. I mean, the last year, if we call as COVID-2, COVID-1 also, we'll just see what is the difference of COVID-1 and COVID-2 and how government has pathetically failed. Okay. First is there is a correction. Yes, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu are coming, in the leading numbers. One thing we are forgetting, even Gujarat. Okay, Gujarat, there is lot of numbers crunching is happening. Very unfortunately, now government become a number crunching missionaries. Okay, as Swamiji very nicely put it, even if you take our family, I can easily say 4 to 5 people who have lost their life. Okay, so if you take, we have what, 130 million, uh, we are talking about the population. Even if you say 20 divided by 4, okay, you take, so it will be much beyond the numbers what government is talking and what we are coming to know. Okay, so let's get that fact first. So people say 5 times, people say 10 times. Let's not get into that guessing game. But really, very practically, the numbers are crunched.
Actually, when you're sharing this, the worst thing is, even as per the numbers that the government is presenting or the media is presenting, even that itself is a rude shock to the entire humanity, given the number of deaths and the number of cases that are active and people who are getting affected, especially now this black fungus, the white fungus, and then this yellow fungus that is coming up. The speed at which all of that is actually going through is such a, even the present, as you're telling, lot of it is not presented, but even what is presented is so shocking because it's at such a high level. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So even okay. So number is very lessly projected. Even this existing number is carrying. That's one. Now, so if you're coming back to Maharashtra, the last time, see, Maharashtra or Mumbai, if you're aware about it, there's all intense areas are there, like Dharavi and all these places. Okay. Uh, so even the last time, what happened? Most people started leaving Mumbai. Okay, the intense area, like, because government cannot do anything, forget about single room. If you all know about it, the standard of living what they are having, it's a one room, 5 people, 6 people, 7 people would be living. you know it's highly intense area. I mean, overall Mumbai is, even including suburbs, are very intense area. So the so-called quarantine is absolutely not possible. Even the first COVID first wave, we all know that it is a failure, but somehow government has managed it. Now this time they themselves came out and told home quarantine should not be continued and they have to admitted in hospital. Okay, so that is a state office. And second pathetic thing, before 1 month, if you're aware about it, that central government, state government fight was going on. In the, so, even Delhi and central government was fighting that, state government was saying we are not being given enough cylinders, and all this drama was going on. It was completely scary to the highest level. Means you have a bed, but you don't have oxygen. And we came to know, even near our vicinity, couple of hospital got, the accidents have happened where the cylinders got busted. So to the viewer, we know it, and it will not come in the paper. I mean, we know that what all happened, like, because it's, the hospitals are not equipped. Certain hospitals are just come in the last 11th hours preparations. To have all this planned and other things, you need to have a time, so which is absolutely not possible. So it's overflowing thing. Then somehow they have controlled. Okay, at least the oxygens are not coming. So this is the same situation will go here and there kind of thing. Schools have completely stopped. Very pathetic situation is, I can understand upper middle class and upper class, or to the extent some middle class can afford to have some online classes. I was under the thing that online classes are going on. But when I saw some kids, when we go for shopping something, I saw some kids are coming and selling something for some plastic bag for 50 rupees, 60 rupees. I was just talking to them, what happened to your studies? He said, "Yeah, we are in municipal school. Last year there is no school. This year no school. So we are just sitting ideally, and we are coming and just selling this." That was shocking to me. Okay, obviously our parents cannot afford to have your greater mobiles and greater, I mean, good internet connections, or even obviously the schools will not give them a online classes or something. So understand, if you leave our elite middle class or upper class, of course we don't need to worry about upper class. Elite middle class or middle class can go through this shock. You take a low end class, and in the edge of middle class, they are going to really a suffering in terms of school. What will happen if this continues for other 2 3 years, and their economy will be in a biggest breakthrough. So this is the pathetic conditions at an outer level. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So also Manoj, to add to this, see, we are staying in the central suburbs. What I saw is that the condition is really bad. Even in our vicinity, there are a few hospitals where the beds were not available, oxygens were not available, and people really, they were getting admitted there, and some of them even lost their, the people there. It was very pathetic situation which we saw. Actually, we really witnessed it this time during the first wave. This we didn't really actually experience anything like that, but during the second wave there is not even one home which is not affected by COVID. In every house there, one or the other family member is admitted or is dying, something or the other.
Actually, that very, as you're telling, I can just relate back to what was happening at that point in time, where during the first wave, when actually Devi Parashakti and Swamiji started revealing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started revealing that lives are going to be lost in crores, not in thousands or lakhs. At that time, we were too negligent about the whole thing. Like I wouldn't want to say about any single person or organization or anything, but on a general basis itself, we had no clue as to what was going to happen, and it was a very, very negligent thing. Being me also residing in India, and when Swamiji was actually speaking about this first wave, I was actually back there in Tamil Nadu at that time. And I still remember that I used to just walk out on streets. Of course, I would have all my protection done and all of that. But people were completely under impression, oh, all this is just hoax and none of this is true. And it's all made up theories and stories. And it was all completely violated. But as you're telling, this second wave has instilled a huge amount of fear even in those kind of people. Like the first was all negligent. People are like, all this is stories and all of that. But actually now, like just like how you shared right now, like people, like every family has deaths, especially as you're telling, like if your own family, that there are 4 or 5 people who have lost their lives. And it's actually a very scary situation that is going on at this point in time. And like how Avimuktaya was sharing, the sector of people who are not the elite or the upper middle class families, even actually the middle class families with whom I have been in touch, are completely out, because the entire savings of their life would be like what, 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs would be the maximum savings that might be there. And that actually goes off in so many other things that is there. So I was actually reading a statistics about 70% of the people have already withdrawn the provident funds and the voluntary provident funds also, and used up in their regular lives, because there is no way for them to have an income. And this middle class and the lower middle class, and of course the wages, that kind of people have completely like they are people who are completely affected on a scale where whether they go to work, they're going to contract COVID and die. If not, they're going to die out of hunger. So a huge population, about 60% of the population in India is stuck in this. On the other side, as you were sharing, even people with money, resources and all of that, there are no beds, there are no oxygen supplies, there are no hospitals that people can actually go towards, even if they are affected by any of this COVID. I just wanted to share this while you were sharing. Please go ahead.
So,
even we have one of our family that I wanted to share.
So it's like my father's elder brother, he too lost his life in this COVID situation. So it was a really sad thing. During this time, neither he is a very well-known person in Indore, basically, and he's been living there for so many years. He knew so many people there, but unfortunately, since he died of COVID, neither his friends could come for his last journey, neither we as family members could go and reach out, neither to go and see him, or at least go and support his family members, because the entire family was COVID positive at that point of time, so nobody could even go there. So this is the situation. It is very saddening, actually. In spite of we wanting to go, we are not in a position to go. And finally, that the person who comes to this is like, I mean, I don't know what kind of a death is this that they are getting. It's so bad. It's very saddening, actually. So this is one of, that is what, like, this time we are really experiencing this whole thing very closely, like.
So one of our family priest, he was all well, everything is fine. He used to maintain WhatsApp and he used to send Tarpanam detail and all. So we were funnily telling, till last Amavasya he was there, and suddenly this Amavasya is not there. Is all his karyam is completed. I mean, what you will say, he was, he was very fine in first COVID. He was managing it all, going and taking all, the last rites of the people. Even they just left the body like this. And now today, most of the spirits are also doing their last days thing only on the Zoom and other things. This all we would not have been unheard of.
It's
The
very
days have
odd
gone
actually.
where people are waiting for that so-called that, okay, let even getting the body and doing a last rites itself has become a luxury. It's too bad to think, like, you know earlier the death happened, relatives goes and they support it, and 10 days happen, whatever it is, whatever the ritual has to be done for that soul, we used to do. Now absolutely no possibility. Even families are so, I mean, I won't say they will be happy, at least they would be comfortable if they are getting the body and properly they could be able to do the last rites. I mean, this is so unimaginable. And the second is, how cheating, even in this situation, there are cheaters. When Swamiji, with so much compassion, he can open, and honestly speaking, it's a risk taking opening. Okay. Now there are so many people, so many even alternative medicine like Siddha medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, some doctors who are proven to be the great in the COVID 1. In the COVID 2, they started talking about 10 lakhs. Their argument is, when the English allopathic medicines can talk for 10 lakhs and 15 lakhs, why should not we talk for even 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs or something? Obviously they know that this is a demand situation, government cannot give that kind of an infrastructure, so let's just try to make the money out of it. I'm not here to blame them. Okay, it is a situation for them to do, but it's okay, but that's the situation. All private hospitals, you need to say, they are going to any extent to get it. So
Yes, I actually, this was one other thing that even I heard of from a few other people also who were sharing that that even actually there are so many news articles that are coming up. Like, we wouldn't want to blame them, but given the situation, people are also exploiting the given situation, and especially with the oxygen concentrators, because as we know, India doesn't have facilities. India was in shortage of, isn't actually, I wouldn't say was, is in shortage of oxygen supply. There's no oxygen, and even during the peak of crisis, right? So this entire black market entered in, and people were illegally selling even the vaccinations, the medicines, the oxygens, even the beds were held back illegally. And these kind of things, like how you're telling, the one group of people are, instead of actually becoming responsible at this point in time, given that they have the resources, they have the knowledge, they have everything that is needed to support the society at this point in time, rather than actually giving it off and actually sharing with the world to help people around, they're actually using this as an opportunity to make money, or to actually bribe and to do a lot of these things, especially when you hear and read articles and news where the ambulances which are supposed to carry even the dead bodies are overcharging, or the ambulances which are supposed to take people to the hospitals are charging in a humongous way, like traveling like 1 lakh and above just for a travel. When you hear these kind of things, it's really pathetic to see it. And as you were sharing, in spite of all of these things, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened out the doors of Kailasa, the very place where he built everything with his blood and sweat, and out of which he was driven out. That very place, even though he was driven out, he has opened this out for every one of the people, which is such a huge risk with respect in every different way, whether it is the number of people who are going to come in, or what kind of people who will be coming in, the resources that we used, and we never know what is actually going to happen. But irrespective of all of that, setting up the highest possible security measures, the quarantine measures, and he's literally has opened out his entire life itself at this given point in time to the very same people who drove him out of India, out of his very own house. So one side of the society, we're looking at people who have everything, who are obliged to do. It is their responsibility, it is their profession for which they're being paid for. Those people exploiting the situation. On the other extreme, Swamiji, even though he was persecuted on this very same land, by this very same people, opening the doors of Adi Kailasha for every one of them, all the Kailasas in India for every one of them. And Literally, this is like the only, I'm just running short of words to even express what kind of a person or a being Swamiji is, to actually open it out for the entire society. Just his compassion for the entire world, just to save lives. As Swamiji said, this year, go just save yourself. That's it. Nothing more than that. And so that was actually like, when you are sharing these details, right? It actually, the only one thing that strikes me again and again and again is this thing, where there is so much happening outside, where Swamiji is just making everything available completely. And as we all know, Swamiji told he will not accept donations in the name of COVID. He'll not take anything, no treasure, no talent, nothing on the name of COVID. He told very clearly, I will not monetize COVID. Everything will be provided free of cost, the accommodation, the food, the shelter. And of course, the expenses are not short, especially when you have to hold such a huge infrastructure of people. And Aya, now you've been here with us in Adi Kailash over the last few days. Would you like to share and give your insight as to how Swamiji has made this place available? Like we saw, you shared about how life outside is. And now you can give an insight to all our viewers as to how life in Kailasa is. And what are the greatest benefits that you could ever have by being in Kailasa?
Yes, yes, Maharaj. See, the one point you really nailed it well, that is about monetizing. So when we are talking about, it's not about a monetizing on money. Of course, this so-called allopathic medicines or selfish, greedy alternative medicine people all are making the situation, making money. In this situation, they are supposed to be genuine, but which we are not finding. Other extreme, we are finding Swamiji as, which you can't define. I mean, you can't make him some grammar and define Swamiji. You can't frame it. So monetizing is not only from this pharma part. One more crowd, even to name it a neo-Hindutva groups, or I'll say all governments, even they monetize. Monetize, when we say monetize, it's not about money. Okay, it is about using the situations and trying to drive that power, which they are not supposed to do. It is not a time for sitting and doing a political war. It's not a time for just moving your power coins, power battles. No, but that's in the ground level, that's what happening. So-called medias and how they are behaving is completely very, very, very pathetic situation, and they do monetize the situation. So that's the one point I wanted to drive. It's not about monetizing by hospitals, doctors, whatever it is, and even the other ecosystem, which has to be a real basic foundation with a compassion, that we are not finding great in that. Okay, so with that, I wanted to share like how we enjoyed here. Yes, Marvin.
Yes. Swamiji has been continuously saying in all the Arulvaka that yes, you all of you just rush to Adi Kailash. So we were just kind of contemplating what we need to do. So finally, when all these things started happening, it started really dawning on us. Oh God, something was really bad, like something bad is happening, so let's just move out. So within just a couple of days we just quickly packed up and we just came here, like without even, I mean, we have not really wound up anything. We just whatever we we could wind up, we wound up and we just came. Like we just packed up bags, and even our flight to Adi Kailash itself was a roller coaster. You can say there were some flight cancellations happening, or as it is, since the flights are not running full, a lot of cancellations were happening. Somehow, Swamiji made it possible for us, and we ultimately reached Adi Kailash, and it's only because of his blessings and grace that we could have it. This could happen in such a situation, and it happened very smoothly, without having to even take a pass, or without having to go through that entire scrutiny or anything. It just happened so smoothly. We just had our COVID test done, and we just packed up and we just traveled, and along with our mother, that is Avimukta's mother, who is already diabetic and a BP, and we were a bit concerned how we are going to manage with her. But Swamiji's blessings, she also is ready, and she is also a devotee of Swamiji. So definitely she traveled with us beautifully, and we are all the three of us are here since the last week, about 6 days, right? 6 days. So it's been really so nice, Maharaj. It's like this place is really, you can say it's like heaven because compared to the situation, what is outside, here we are at least breathing fresh air without any fear, basically.
That's
So
actually a very sorry to interrupt, Ma, but actually I wanted to share at this time, like this, the very statement that you made, right? We can breathe. Literally, it's that one statement is a very big statement given at this point in time. We can breathe because at this time when you are outside, like you just don't even know, you don't even want to breathe. Given the situation, you just want to keep your mouth shut and you just don't want to contract anything. But here, the very statement that we could breathe after a long time is actually a very, what is it? It's a very deep statement for us all to understand what kind of a life outside it is versus it is inside. Please go ahead. Ma'am.
exactly. Yeah. So, like in the lockdown, when we were there, it is like just confining ourselves to the four walls or whatever, to our houses, not even moving outside and meeting our neighbors. So that itself has been a very scarce moment for us since the last 1.5, 2 years, 1.5 years of COVID. So after coming here, there have been a few other families who have been in quarantine along with us in the blocks, and it's an amazing family, Maharaj. It's so beautiful to be in the Sangha with the Sangha people, sharing cognitions and having food together. It's all very fun. It's so much like family. And after a very long time, we have been able to mingle with people like this, and also with people who share the same frequency. It's such an important thing, with a lot of positivity, a lot of, we are all in that same frequency to what Swamiji has put us into, and all of us are talking about the powerful cognitions, the powerful things that Swamiji says. So it is all a beautiful frequency which is out here, and it is definitely adding up to our health and our mindset and everything. We are slowly, it's so beautiful space which is getting created. So the spiritual routine, yes, to mention the spiritual routine, of course, we have started aligning to the spiritual routine. Also, the morning 4 o'clock yoga, the puja, because in the last 1 year, when we are in our own homes, we find it a little difficult to align to the Brahma Muhurta sometimes. Not all of them are able to collectively. The collective energy which happens when we do it together, it is a beautiful space and it is totally different. And trust me, it's really adding up to our well-being is what I feel, Maharaj. So
Wonderful, Ma. And actually, this is something that I would like to share with every one of you also here. And now that I'm also part of the team which actually hosts the people, like when people come in, I'm also part of the team who actually get people inside and then show the accommodation and the thing. One thing that I actually understood while doing it as an internal person from Adi Kailash, what I would like to share is that the luxury of life, right? So whatever we thought as luxuries of life outside, it could be the cars that you have, it could be the houses that you own, living in like completely air conditioned space all the time, everything like whatever you call as the so-called Western ideas of luxury, right? All of them has just become irrelevant. And not just irrelevant, most of those things have become a scare at this point in time. You live in a huge bungalow all by yourself, you just go crazy and mad because it's such a huge place, everything is empty, there's nothing to do for you. How long can you sit in front of a TV and watch, okay, the movies, the Netflix? How long will you be able to do it? You can't step out, you can't stay in one room, you can't speak to people. Even the person, as Swamiji says, even if someone has to go get the groceries and come, you can't stay inside, you can't even mingle with that person. Practically, this entire situation has destroyed our very idea of what life is, what luxury is. I would say rather than it destroyed, it has actually created a new understanding of life. This is what I like shared. It was a click for me. Luxury is not about you having things around and everything like a very good car, a very good bed, lot of wealth and all of that. But if without any of that, you're not able to live, then you're actually bound by it. You cannot call that as luxury. The real luxury in life, like, is basically when you're able to handle any situation in life. And that is one thing that I feel has become a part of people, everyone who is here. Avimuktama and Avimukta, would you like to share in details of that? Like whatever we thought as luxury outside, right? Versus what real luxury itself is, and how there's a drastic difference. Like waking up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. at this point in time in the Adinam, it feels as such a big luxury for us. And it feels, wow, what, like so good to be at this point in time, right? Versus how it is outside, like how it can even be perceived outside.
One is group energy. Second is that Vadavarana is really missing, that you will come to know when you are really missing. Whatever the words we say, what we miss and all, it cannot be explained. Maybe, when we just get into this practice, we will get scared first. Oh, can we do this? Oh God, this is. But once the cycle of this, routines getting started, we ourselves will be feeling the internal strength, how your body reacts, how you could be able to do your other works. Typically our office work or whatever the other work will tire us, but when we are in this environment, and Swamiji has beautifully given work from home facility, there are many people who sits and do the work from homes also, and they also feel the luxuries and best of the both the world. They could be able to do their work very efficiently, beautifully, and after that when they come out, they can go behind tree, and they can do some kind of jula, whatever it is, and of course you can play with monkeys and dogs are coming, as if the real Discovery Channel is here. Sometimes snakes comes. So this all, even if you have it outside, it will be, I will call it that way, it is not having a life. Okay, this will be like, as you exactly put it, Netflix. How many things you will see, that how many times you will sit and do, how much time you will spend on internet. People was really, why this all happened, this COVID flux has happened because of people frustration. People said is enough, and some schools started going, and some malls were ready to open, then the figures have gone, the government has stopped. This has come from really the failures of the luxuries of individual. The so-called luxuries, what all they were talking about, a mall, they were talking about roaming out, or gadgets, whatever you name it, that all become a villain. And it understood when they just start, this whole pralaya started taking this all luxury from them, the leg starts shaking. When a person have a car, he has to drive for weekend and he has to go. Now when you say, boss, crossing a border you have to get a pass, he get offended in his life. He can't afford, every Saturday Sunday he has to go to mall. For that person, for the last 6 months you are saying not going for a mall, it's like taking away life from him. But one thing is happening, slow and steadily people start realizing it, even people can live with this. Most of the people understood that their expenditures and what they are spending in terms of time, in terms of money, is absolutely not necessary. Even with the small few dresses, they can live with whatever the amount. I mean, I can roughly say 50% of their expenditures, whatever it is, it's all waste, and it was going towards so-called entertainment, which is not really entertaining them. Right?
Exactly. Actually, yeah, here when you were sharing this fact, right, I also thought I could share a few statistics with all our viewers, where how the current situation is in Mumbai and Maharashtra at this point in time. And the reason why we wanted to highlight the mental state. Okay, so basically, when we are here, Swamiji is not only physically protecting us, but actually mentally protecting us, psychologically protecting us, empowering us. I would not just say protecting us, but empowering us, where even psychologically nothing external is able to affect us. But outside, as you were sharing, like whatever we thought as luxury, whatever we thought as life, everything is just completely destroyed. Let us now look at some of the statistics as to how the COVID cases in Mumbai are, and how the current wave of the black fungus and how the various other figures are actually lowered. So that could actually give us a little more perspective into how much Swamiji is actually doing in every single way just for us. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so I hope every one of you are able to see. So this is something that is current, live. We just pulled out this data as we are speaking. Okay, so the last recorded case in Maharashtra, which is 2 minutes ago. This is a live situation. You can see the COVID cases that are there, confirmed. You can just see 15,229 cases have increased in Maharashtra alone. And the tolls reach over to 57,91,413 people in Maharashtra alone. Please understand. So these are statistics at this given point in time, out of which the active cases are 20 lakh plus, recovered people are about 54.8 lakh, and the deaths are reached to 97,394. So this is official data that we're able to see. But we're also going to look at what are the other things. As we discussed, not everything is actually being presented. So here in Maharashtra, the same in a graphical representation. Total deaths till now is 96,751. Total cases is 57,76,184. You can see the wave, how it has increased between 1st July 2020 to 1st April 2021, where the second wave hit its peak. And we have already started seeing the third wave give its appearance in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, and in few other places. So here is another graphical representation of the same. The deaths that have increased. So you can see, it shows as if in between there is a low in the deaths, but it is not true. So we're going to look at a few more statistics. This actually shows the beds available for COVID patients. So literally, the Maharashtra government has opened a portal where you get live data as to the number of beds, if at all they are even available. What are all occupied, what are all available, in which places they are available. So you can see that this is on June 3rd, which is yesterday, as on 9:36 a.m. So this is the bed capacity that is there, occupied, available. You can see the total positive cases were over 7 lakh cases, discharged over 6.74 cases, 6.74 lakh cases. And all these statistics actually are something that can make us understand where the world is heading at this given point in time. There are only 319 facilities. Bed capacity is over 40,504, out of which the occupancy is 877, which means the rest of us already used. And we have no clue as to what is happening. And there are also situations, people where there is just no contacts. You can't even reach out to people who are having these facilities which are there, because the numbers, even if you have to dial in, the numbers are always busy. There are always queues. There are always continuous cases that are there. So here is cases summary for Mumbai. Confirmed cases at that point in time, you can see over 7 lakh, and deaths are about 1.5 lakh deaths which are there in Mumbai right from the starting of the COVID pandemic. And here is another district-wise confirmed cases and health infrastructure that is presented to all of us. As you can see, district-wise, if you see, Maharashtra has the highest number of districts which are there in the COVID cases, whether it's in the death or in the number of cases that are there. Of course, Karnataka in the first, but after that, Maharashtra tops this list. Pune, Mumbai, Thane, Nagpur, and Nasik. So these are the highest levels at which the COVID is actually affecting the entire Maharashtra. So these, Yes, Aya, please go ahead. I just wanted to present some of these statistics so that you can also share your more deeper insights as to comparing this and comparing the lifestyle with Adi Kailasa that we have. What is your input on this, Aya?
The first and foremost thing, I'm not seeing this data for last 6 days. Thanks God, today only I happen to see this, because otherwise every time this data hits me and make us, scared. So last 6 7 days, honestly, we were out of this data. So after at least a week, I'm just seeing this data. It's really scary. This is one of the real pandemic, like, I mean, you can say virus. Every day we watching this, even this data. Of course we are supposed to know what's happening in our field and other things, but one of the thing, today I was just enriching some people for coming from north side. So I was just telling them, you know they were just talking about this data, number of bed. I just say, once you enter in Kailas, you are in lap of Swamiji. Okay, he simply make you forget data, and he will just show you what's life. Humans are not just numbers, they are life. Okay, from each and every activity, the life part of you will be shown to you. Okay, you like or you don't like, life will be shown to you, and so beautifully you will be get settled with that. He gives the power of it, right? You don't need to do any extra work for it. We can just come, and there are many couples, of course, devotees, I understand, even non-devotees are coming. Okay, there are so many non-devotees. Absolutely, they got connected. Just 6 months, 1 year, they saw Swamiji's video, and today I happened to speak to some person in, Chandigarh. That lady was saying she only connected, but she's getting out of India. She is finding her parents. Best place for parents is Adi Kailash. She's saying they're fit. She was literally, getting into tears, and she's saying that my brother is there, but he has his own problems. I was taking care. Now I feel at this situation, Adi Kailasa would be the best place for it. I'm really touched. So how many people could be able to really get the compassion of it? It's a time people understand, and they ask many times, "Are you sure there is no fees for it? Are you sure everything is free?" I said, "Absolutely, we are sure." Swamiji said, "There's no hidden cost. We are not obviously a pharma companies to make you some hidden cost." So, so they are touched, and they honestly started feeling. Okay, one is we understand inside what is life is. Even non-devotees, even the people who have not reached, also started realizing this is a place where they can see the life and see the compassion of it. Okay, so
That's
that's
actually a very powerful statement, Aya. And as you were sharing, right, like people at this given point in time, those who actually understand and realize that life cannot be lived this way, life cannot even be lived when we are outside. There are one set of people who still have these doubts, and whether I will be able to handle things and what would happen to my business and all of that. I'd just like to reiterate to every one of them, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, very clearly Devi Parashakti revealed that it is either Kailasa or it is just Krimi Bhojanam, where the COVID pandemic at this given point in time is just eating people, literally eating people. The black fungus and the white fungus, and now this yellow fungus. There are also cases of the black fungus that is, as we know, it is directly affecting the immune system. Like once you are actually recovered, already the COVID is a nightmare for people. Now the black fungus is even more nightmare for people, where you recover out of COVID and you are like completely vulnerable for this black fungus to affect you and eat you up. And as Devi is sharing, continuously as Devi is revealing, the world is actually catching up with it. And the best thing that we can ever do is to just protect ourselves. If any of you feel you want to protect your life, you want to protect your family, you want to protect your near and dear ones, the only and only solution is Adi Kailasa. The Kailasas in India that Swamiji has opened. And all of you can register for it. The registration link is scrolled for all of us below. I request every one of you, those who want to jump in, take this opportunity to become part of Adi Kailasa, to come and quarantine yourself, and to live this life of the COVID care facilities that Swamiji is providing just out of his sheer compassion. Avimuktaya, is there anything else that you'd like to share? Ma, is there anything else that you'd like to share before we kind of wrap this up for our viewers?
Yes, Maharaj. Yeah, finally to wrap up, it's a beautiful life here. Definitely, we really are grateful to Swamiji for choosing us to be here and giving us the sad buddhi that we have to pack up and come here. Otherwise, we keep oscillating whether we need to do it or no. But somehow we have come here, and it's been a beautiful place. It's so nice to see the kids also here. There are a few kids here, they keep playing, and they keep jumping around. It's been really too long that we have really seen the kids playing outside so beautifully. Even the sight itself gives you so much of comfort, and so much of energy. Actually, the that whole thing is really, it's a very nice space that Swamiji has provided, even for the kids especially. Small kids, when they are supposed to be jumping around, going and playing outside in the ground, they're all confined to gadgets at home, and it's really a very painful thing. And here today I see the kids just they're so carefree, and they just go out and they play in the mud, and they just come back and they just jump around. It's such a beautiful sight. And to add to it, of course, the spiritual routine, which is aligning all of us. We have Bhagavad Gita classes, which is again very which is again a very beautiful session which happens. The listening classes which is being given to us, all these are really, rather I would say that it's actually giving us the glimpse of the inner awakening which we used to have it earlier when Swamiji was here. So it is like an inner awakening program only, wherein our entire being gets regenerated. It's such a beautiful experience, Maharaj. So really thankful to Swamiji for this thing. Really thankful. We are so thankful. Thank you so much, Swamiji. Thank you for all this.
Yes,
So
so much.
Wonderful. And yeah, just before we wrap, I just thought maybe you could also share with our viewers with respect to even whether it is the food that we have, or the accommodations that we get, or the medical facilities that are available on an overall basis. Would you like to address that and share with all our viewers so they get to have an internal understanding? Even if people have to work from home, how you've come in and you have also been doing, you've been able to manage both of it at the same time. So would you like to share with our participants so they also get an internal understanding as to how it is here? Are there any restrictions or anything that you'd like to share?
Exactly. I'll just share a couple of discussion I had when I'm enriching few people. Most of the people have little work concern about how the elders people we can manage. I wanted to assure you that utmost care has been taken on that. When the day we come in for the bed, what kind of a bed, and they are going all out to just do that. So it is so beautiful. You don't need to have any worry. Only things and even the current medical test also been highly simplified. Even we have associated with some labs, so that information also has been shared with people who has an intention to come. So it's very simple. So first is your elder people. Second is you are talking about work from home. Internet facilities are there. Of course, we got a good table to work on, as if this is a table we had it earlier. So it's a similar table we got it. So my Ma Vimukta is so happy. She feels like just like in a home and she's working. So it's happening so beautifully. So there is no, you can do how you sit in your 1-bedroom hall kitchen or 2-bedroom hall kitchen. Same way you can continue your work. And of course, morning routines will help you do your work very efficiently. So you don't have, and evening you don't need to go and break your head with Netflix and so on and so on and all. You have a very beautiful spiritual sessions and you will really enjoy it. So it's a flavor of IA. Ma has very nicely said it's a flavor of IA, where you can do your work and you can continuously do that. And like what's happening, like so-called luxuries are here, we are not finding luxuries. If you compare to what you are getting, it's way ahead, and you can't think of it. It's completely a beautiful spiritual retreat. But let's keep that in mind. All this logic comes if you are not getting the context in place. Okay, when you have an intention on, even if you are thinking of coming, or even if you are hearing what Swamiji says, This message is for you, and you are the person treating life is very important than anything else. Keep that question always: is my work is more than a life? Is my parents life is more than anything? It's nothing but you keep and save your dear and nears this year. That's a simple projects you take, and there is no restriction. You can come anytime, you can go anytime. You will be never bounded to do this work. Okay, we are not here to just use your work, not at all. We are here to make your spiritual fiber in such a way that even your work from home or any other work what you are doing, it's going to become more live and live and live. Food wise, I have to tell, it's once again, if anybody has tasted our ashram foods, it's routine. I mean, for our devotees, they know what happens when you get IA food. Okay, it's unlimited, unlimited foods. So beautiful foods, 11 items, morning, afternoon, evening, you get it. So beautiful. And apart from this, herbal medicines are coming in right time. And I have not seen in anywhere, any hospitals, they would be calling, and they are regularly calling and check up, this kashayam has come, have you taken that? Okay, because here we are into community living, so much care and attention has been taken care of. Okay, it's very important, so that we it's as I said, Swamiji has taken a risk. That much micromanagement has gone inside in managing it. When your quality of life it is not affected, but at the same time back end, so much system and process and beautifully aligned work. And our sannyasis and our volunteers are so beautifully working in such a way to provide that quality life to you, where you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, you can breathe, and very much you can say a quality life you will have without any impact. To whomever I speak, they say, we have one work which I'll complete. Then I'll go in deep. Tell me what is the work. You have to sell or buy. Okay, this one same thing you can do after 4 months, right? What is next? Okay. 99% of people, 99.99% of people, there is nothing that you have to do something and you can't come over here. It's only a mind game. Okay, here we are not asking for a program or anything. Is there? Just you have to shift your base. Your life is not going to shift. Only your space is going to shift with a lot of quality in it. That's what I want to say. And once again, thanks so much, Swamiji, for this great opportunity. I mean, we don't have anything else to say. Then thanks so much, with a lot of gratitude. And
wonderful, Ayya. Thank you very much, Ma, and thank you very much, Ayya, for joining us on this panel and sharing with every one of us, especially all the viewers who are out there. So many beautiful points were clarified with respect to the mental health, the physical health, what exactly is happening as an internal person being outside in that COVID world versus being inside in Adi Kailasa, protected from all of these things in every different level, psychological, physical, in every different way, being protected by Swamiji. Thank you very much, Ma and Ayya, for joining us and sharing your insight on this. And to all the viewers also, I would like to just share one thing and reiterate one thing. Swamiji just told, Devi just told, Parashakti herself revealed through our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This year, just stay alive. And that should be your only goal for this life. So let's just be integrated to that. All of you, the doors of Kailasa are open. You can register. The scroll link, the link is already provided for all of us, kailasa.org/Kailasa camp. So please go over to that and register yourself if you'd like to receive and be protected from this COVID. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment. We'll now be moving on to the next segment of today's Parashakti Akashic readings. Please stay tuned for the further segments. Thank you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism, subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam everyone. So now moving ahead in the next session, we had a beautiful sharing from the Sri Avimukta and Mahavimukta in the previous session, where you get to learn about the various things related to the COVID situation, how the outside world is facing, the various challenges, and how you are having amazing life at Adi Kailasa, far away from any news event of the COVID or the various impacts that one is facing in the outer world. Now moving ahead, we are going to be discussing on to the various offerings onto Devi Parashakti. All these various offerings that you are going to be learning here will be as per the Vedic scriptures, as per the Vedas and Agamas. So all the scripture, various scriptures mentions about the various offering that can be made onto Devi Parashakti, onto your beloved Guru Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam. Here we are going to be discussing few out of many offerings that can be made onto Devi Parashakti. So now in this session, we are going to be learning about the context or the bhava, attitude with which you should be making onto offering, the various types of offering. Then next part will be various types of offering that you can make onto, and also will go through the steps involved into making the various offerings. So now we'll enter into the session. So first thing that we are going to be learning about is the significance of offering. So whenever we make the offering, we need to understand the context with which we have to make the offering. It's always important to understand the context behind every action that we are taking off, because it's the context which brings the fruit, not the action itself. So it's very much important that we ground ourselves, that we have the context of why we are doing what we are doing. So here we are going to be understanding the significance of offering, the space from which the offering should be made onto Devi Parashakti. Understand, offering is giving a divine gift of pure love, devotion and oneness, and it consists of two parts. So whenever you are making the offering, it's not just the gift, the pure matter, the matter that you are giving, but rather whenever those matters, those offerings are being given, with that you pour the space of love, you pour your love, you pour your devotion and oneness. So actually you are pouring more than giving any gift, you are pouring your love, devotion and oneness. What you have earned, hard earned by putting your life, your time, your energy. So all the wealth that you have gathered, all the money, everything that as a human being that we gather in our life is nothing but very extension of our own energy, our own time, our own life that we have put into it. It's really our own extension. So when you are going to be making offering, what you have earned with a lot of hard effort, lot of putting life and time, you can offering that with a lot of love, devotion and oneness. When you pour that with the love and devotion, that's the real divine gift that you give to Devi Parashakti. So understand, giving will have the two part where you're giving, the offering is two part where you give and the other part where the divine accepts your love and devotion. Or you can say it's also your hard work that you are offering unto Devi Parashakti, showing your love to Devi Parashakti. So through that space of love and gratitude, you are giving the very life of you. And when you offer to Devi Parashakti, when you make the offering unto the divine on your Ishta Devata, only when they accept, only when the divine accepts your offering, the offering becomes complete. So not just when you offer, the offering is complete, but when you offer and divine accepts your offering, that is the time when your offering becomes complete. Offering, whenever you make the offering, understand, you should not make the offering out of fear or greed. Never ever the offering should be made out of the fear and greed. Always the offering should be from the pure space of gratitude, love, devotion and the very space of oneness itself. The another important point that one need to understand before he makes the offering is that when an avatar, when an incarnation lands in the human body, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played and for only the purpose of enlightenment. So when an incarnation accepts the offering, when he put forward this opportunity in front of all of us, understand, it's a part of his grand Leela, the divine Leela that he is playing, and only the divine Leela is meant only for the purpose of enlightenment. So every single offering that you are going to be making here is not, these are all are from the Vedas and Agama as per the Hindu scriptures. Also, they are only meant for the purpose of enlightenment. The offerings can be made for the various purposes. The scriptures describes the various purposes that can be associated. It could be for the name and fame. It could be for material wealth. It can be for the progeny. It can be for the various reasons. But when you make your offering unto the divine, unto the incarnation, understand, when you are making the offering, which is the part of purely the grand Leela of an incarnation, it is only for the purpose of enlightenment, it is only for the purpose of moksha. And all the charity, all the donations which are done for the purpose of moksha are of the ultimate nature. That's what the scriptures says. The Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti. So now, we need to understand the one question which comes in front of us, that yes, we need to make the offering out of the pure space of devotion, oneness and love. Understand, Dhyana Sloka is one of the very important aspect, important practice to manifest the space of oneness towards Devi Parashakti. When we meditate on the Dhyana Sloka actually is the guideline on how to meditate onto Devi Parashakti to manifest the very dimension of Parashakti, to manifest the oneness with the divine. So that's why it's we are going to be learning here about the Dhyana Sloka. We see Dhyana Sloka gives us the understanding on how the form of the divine should be meditated upon, how the form of the divine should be visualized, that help us to manifest the oneness with that divine. So Dhyana Slokas are mentioned in the various scriptures, specifically in the Agamas. The Dhyana Sloka has been mentioned where the ritual, where the pujas onto the Parashakti or the puja onto the divine is mentioned, described. So it says moon-like face. So this is the description of the form of Devi Parashakti. Moon-like face, holding Vedas in hand, fire in eyes, with the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, one hand with the Japamala. So Devi Parashakti, her face shines like the moon, who is holding Vedas, all the four Veda in her hand, the fire in the eye, the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hand. So one hand with the Japamala, one hand with the flower, beautifully decorated with the jeweled ornament in the wonderful clothes and shining wing crown. Her name is Manonmani. So this is the Dhyana Sloka for Devi Parashakti, known as Manonmani. She is being called here as Manonmani. The next Dhyana Sloka says, I meditate on Devi with the three eyes glowing like a moon. So here it says that the Devi, all the three eyes, two eyes plus the third eye, glows like the moon, who is holding Vedas, lotus, and gracing and blessing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. Now we'll understand the significance of the element gold. So once we understand the context with which the offering need to be made, and then also we understood the Dhyana Sloka on how to meditate onto Devi to manifest that pure space of devotion, love and gratitude towards Devi Parashakti. Now we'll understand what are the various way one can make the offering. Like when you are making the offering, it could be the currency in which your country had the currency of that country, or it could be some material. So out of the many forms through which the donations, through which the offering could be made, out of that we are going to be understanding the significance of the divine element gold. So out of all the various elements, whether it's gold, silver and any other elements which is used in the offering, gold is one of the supreme and divine element. We are also going to look into the various scriptural references and its significance on why gold is used so much into all the offerings. Not just the offerings, even in the various rituals involving the Homa, Abhishekam, or the consecrations of the deities. So this is from the Atharva Veda, 5th Sukta, the 5th Mandala, 28th Sukta, 6th verse, says, the triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agnihi is one. It becomes dearest to Agnihi. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, watery molecules. Let the triply gold be for your long life. So gold, we understand how the very birth of the gold has happened. So this is the divine, this is as per the Hindu science, the greater science of Hinduism reveals the very existence, the birth of gold, how it happened. So gold actually is triply born because it carries the DNA of the three gods, which is the Agni, which is fire, Apaha, which is water, Soma, which is moon. So the translation, as per the translation, we see that it is carry the DNA of these three, and that's why it has another significant role, because it's really the divine. It carries the very quality of divine even in the form of matter. So that's what makes the gold as a very divine element. and the other significance of it is that it purifies anything it touches. We know the quality of Agni, it literally purifies, the burns, everything that comes into its contact. Water, known for its purification process, moon, known for that. So the gold carries the same quality that anything it touches, it purifies. It is an element of spiritual significance. It has a great spiritual significance. We are going to understand that also, what all the spiritual significance it carries. It has the spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or anyone who operates in its vicinity. So the gold element has this ability, this quality to hold the sattva energy, to hold the enlightenment energy, to hold the positive thought currents energy. Not just the ability to hold it, but also to radiate it to anyone who wears, anyone who sees, or anyone even operates in its vicinity. It has the ability to transmit that sattva energy. Means the moment you come in the contact, in the vicinity of gold, you will experience the sattva energy, the very peaceful, blissful energy you are going to be experiencing. You will also be recharged with the powerful cognitions, the various powerful cognitions which is lying there by being in the presence. Understand? When the gold has the quality, so whenever the gold is consecrated or carries those powerful cognitions, it can simply replicate or pass those powerful thought currents into the person who works in the vicinity, who wears it, who sees it also. So it is not just beneficial to the person who wears it, the person who can afford it, but rather also to the person who sees it, the person who get to work in the vicinity. Even to those people, gold passes the powerful sattva energy, the energizing, the recharging energy to everyone. Gold has been mentioned in all the various scriptures, whether it is Vedas, Agamas, Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa or Purana. In all these scriptures, the gold has been, the glory of the gold has been sang in all the various scriptures, whether as an ornament or as a decoration, or in the constructions, or in the puja rituals, or in the sacred arts like making the deity itself. In Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is most auspicious, understand, most auspicious and the purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in the gold. Ritual fees were offered in the gold bricks. So that is how the Hindu civilization lived, thrived. That is how it flourished. That everything used to be built in the gold. The currency used to be the gold. The rituals, fee used to be offered in the gold bricks. Also, when one was to be saved from the life-threatening situations, life-threatening illnesses, the gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with a huge door of gold. The street would have a huge column and huge archways made of the gold. Horses, cows were dressed in the gold. So that is how the Hindu civilization lived. When the civilization actually lived on the principles of Vedas and Agama, we can call that as a Hindu civilization. So when the humanity, when the country, when the nations lived on the principles of the Vedas and Agama, they lived with the huge wealth, with the huge richness, with the pure science of enlightenment, imbibing the science of enlightenment in every aspect of their life, whether it is whether they want to enjoy the material wealth in the form of their mansion, in the form of economic life, business life, married life, any kind of life. Everywhere the lifestyle were made in such a way that it always leads toward enlightenment, and for that purpose the gold was abundantly used. Not just a little bit, we see the huge amount of gold were used. So you can understand that the gold, when nowadays when the gold has become one of the very luxurious element, very costly element to purchase, it's used by very few of the people who are wealthy, who are very rich people. So it was not meant when the scriptures ask somebody to donate in the form of gold, it is not for the sake of making good amount of money for the priest, for the Brahmin, or for the Acharya, or for the Guru, but rather it has a much higher purpose, because when the Hindu civilization lived, it really lives the gold in every aspect of life. So when you see that when the golds used to be used even for the decorating, dressing the cows, horses, when the buildings are built, when the roadside arches, and the kingdoms, all those are built in the gold, means gold was a very commonly used element. It was not so luxurious element. So we cannot hold on to this logic that the gold were used for the sake of making money. The gold was purely used for the purpose, for the reason of its divine, for its significance of the divine nature that it has, for the reason that it bestows. It can pass the sattva energy, it can pass the positive thought currents to the person who works around it, who sees it, who wears it. Understand, Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river of the gold. Indus river was called Hiranyamaya, which is mentioned. Hiranyamaya means river of the gold, which is mentioned in the Rig Veda 10th Mandala, 75th Sukta and 8th verse. The river Saraswati is called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. So gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to one you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in the gold, decked and adorned in the gold. So even nowadays, if you go to the many of the big temples, still we get to see many deities will be created, many deities will be carved in the gold itself. After n number of invasions, destructions that happen to the temples, the loot that happened to the temple, still there are few temples where we can see the temples are paved with the gold. If you go to the Kashi Vishwanatha or Madurai Meenakshi temple, so and Tirupati Balaji, we still get to see that the temple walls, the temple Gopuram, sorry, the temple Garbhagriha are paved in the gold. It is covered with the gold sheet. The deities are made in the gold and decked and adorned in the gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, for only one reason, that it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands and thousands of years. Hindu civilization, Hindu Vedagamic scriptures are very clear about the purpose of the human life, which is to attain mukti, attain the liberation, attain the enlightenment, and everything has been centered around that. Everything has been designed to help us move towards the enlightenment, and gold has one of the significant role into that. And that's why the deities are made with the gold, the temples are decked with the gold and gold plates. So now we'll get into the various offering onto Devi Parashakti, the first being E-Hundi. So the scripture says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayani. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through the true devotion, and she removes all the fear. So here we get to learn about how to make the offering unto Devi Parashakti, or how to receive the grace of Devi Parashakti herself. So to receive the grace of Devi Parashakti, the most easiest is, as Devi is fond of devotion. When we harness, when we manifest the space of devotion, through that true devotion, we can realize Devi Parashakti. We can really win over Devi Parashakti through the devotions. And when we win over Devi Parashakti, she blesses, she graces with all the conscious blessings, all the enlightenment also. If there is any fear in the mind of the devotees, they be sure to remove that fear. It is stated that they will like to be worshipped in autumn. So here we will understand what is the meaning of autumn, in what context the autumn has been mentioned. Here it means that the autumn of our life, when our thought turns more and more inward. So the season of autumn means when our thought has turned more and more inward, means when we have become more and more centered on our jiva, when we have become more centered on the self rather than on the outer world, on the materialistic world, when we turn our turn our awareness, our attention inside. That is the season of autumn, and that creates an Vatavarna to realize the divine. That is the space in which the divine can be known and understood more clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes more and more stronger. So we'll understand some of the meaning of the words which has been used in the previous sloka. It says the Sambhavi, which means the consort of Shambhu, which is Devi Parashakti. Sharada Aradhya means the Aradhya of Sharada, which is Devi Lord Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says that the Lord Shiva is called Sarva in his earth form. This name Sarva is mentioned in other Puranas also, where Lord Paramashiva has been addressed as Sarva. Sharma Dhaine, Devi bestows happiness on the devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion, your love, your experience of oneness unto Devi Parashakti by offering your Kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi Parashakti. So now, in the e-hundi, you can make any amount of offering you wish to, whether it is 1 unit of your currency, $1, 1 rupee, or whatever, to any highest amount you want to make the offering. You can go ahead and make the offering, this e-hundi. And to make the offering, there are 2 options available in front of all of you. One, for the people who are watching through the YouTube or through the YouTube, you can go to the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Kailasa HDH Nithyananda, that is the name of that YouTube channel. You can go to the live video, the video where the live is being played. So many of you would be watching through the YouTube, so you may be aware, or you must be aware, that to the live, when the live is playing, in the comment box you have an option of called super chat. So through the super chat you can make the donations. You can click on the dollar button, which will be either left side or the right side of the comment box. If you are using the laptop, it will be on the left side. If you are using the tablet or mobile, you will see it on the right side. In the comment box where you type the comment, you can click on that dollar option. Once you click on the dollar option, it takes you to the next step of making the payment. So all the payment options are available here. You can make through the credit card, debit card, internet banking, or even the UPI transactions you can do. So it's very easiest way of making the offering onto Devi Parashakti. This is e-hundi. You can make any amount of donations, any amount of offering you can do here. Second option, you can visit the tiny.cc/Devi readings, Devi offerings. When you visit that link, there also get the option of e-hundi, where you can make any amount of donations. Also at the end of this session, we'll show you we'll guide you on how to make the offering through both these options. The next offering unto Devi Parashakti is offering of Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, Satya Sankalpa chanting. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So you can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, which blesses the person, offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. So this is a very elaborate Sankalpa chanting. There is a detailed process which we are also going to be seeing maybe after the Bhava Samadhi Darshan sessions. Once we learn about the Bhava Samadhi, the context of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we'll have the Sankalpa chanting. So in this Sankalpa chanting, which is as per the Agamic scriptures, Agamic injunctions, where all the gods and goddesses, all the divines being are invited, invoked, and in their presence, your names are chanted onto Devi Parashakti, where all the great boons, blessings, all that are prayed. Also, the prayer is made to remove any kind of dosas, any kind of obstacles that you have in your life, and you are blessed with all the great boons, blessing, everything. So this is one of the great opportunity to experience the conscious breakthrough in your life just by Sankalpa, making the conscious resolution in presence of Devi Parashakti, in presence of the Divya Sarira, in presence of Swamiji himself. So you can make this offering by paying $1, and this option is available through tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So after making the payment, you will also be directed to a link at the end of this slide. Will direct you to another link where you can where you can submit the name for the chanting to be done. So next in the offering to Devi Parashakti is Sahasranama Swarnakasu. Sahasranama, which means 1,000 names. Swarna, gold, and Kasu is a coin. So Shastra, the scripture Lalita Sahasranama says Devi is the one who likes the repetitions of her various names. She is called as the Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes chanting of her name. Prita means she who likes. She, Prita means likes. Parayana means chanting. Nama means the names, the various names of Devi Parashakti. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. All the various names, the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti will be chanted here, which bestows all the Ananta Kalyana Guna associated with each names of the Devi Parashakti. Each name of Devi Parashakti is the various manifestation, her very own manifestation of the various Ananta Kalyana Gunas. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next in the offering is Mukta Anguthe, finger ring with the pearl. The translation says that I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garland of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklet that are studded with a gemstone and has a small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So this offering is available in 3 denominations of $251 USD, $501 USD, and $750 USD. In these 3 denominations, you can make this offering unto Devi Parashakti, which is Mukta Anguthe, the finger ring with the pearl. So you can offer the finger pearl and receive the blessings to be showered by her compassion and the pure love in all your business endeavors. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is a Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And this is from the Kamika Agama, where it says that all the Kailasa, this is basic explanation. This is taken from the Kriya Pada, where the various homas and abhishekams are described and how the use of golden lotus has been told. So all the kalasas should be wound around with the suitable thread and covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So whenever the various offerings unto Devi Parashakti is made, whether in the form of homa or abhishekam or any rituals, when the kalasas are wound around with the thread covered with a new cloth, they should also be adorned with the lotus flower made of the gold. So that's where we see the significance of gold in the offering to Devi Parashakti. So there are hundreds of scriptural references in almost all the Vedas, all the Agamas. In the Kriya Pada, we get to see about the importance of using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, or the various dimensions of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves whether it is a consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and asana used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as lotus. So you can offer the gold lotus in any size, the gold lotus in any size you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, the space, powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations of your life. So this, you can make the offering by paying $600 USD. You can make the offering of Swarna Padma Pushpa. The next is the Swarna Methi, the gold touring. The Shastra says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the mind of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. So all the devotees who prostrate at the feet of Devi, just by the brightness from the toenail, destroys the darkness of ignorance from the mind of devotees. So you can make this offering of Swarna Methi, the gold touring, onto Devi Parashakti by paying $750. Will guide you to the link how to make the payment onto that. So Swarna Methi you can offer to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspect of our life. The next is a Swarna Mantika, gold hairline jewelry. The scripture says Devi Parashakti is the Sudha Sarvi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, means the one who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. So see, offer the Mantika, you can offer to Mantika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessing of achieving the blissful state of overflowing growth, the beautiful blissful state of overflowing gratitude and a space of complete completion. You can make this offering by paying $750. The next offering is Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva onto Devi Parashakti. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotees who prostrate at her feet. Her feet defeats the lotus in the beauty. So this scripture says that this illuminating splendor of Devi toenails dispels the darkness, the tamoguna, the ignorance from the devotee who prostrate at the Devi feet. Sloka number 83 of Saundarya Lahari also states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial being who always prostrate at the feet of Devi. Tamoguna means the darkness, and in that stotram of the tamas is indicating of the ignorance in the mind of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating at before Devi, the ignorance is removed and they attain the knowledge. So you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and offering a Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Also you can offer the Vastra Seva, which is $1,008. So both Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Vastra Seva, both of that can be offered individually by paying $1,008. So now we'll look at all the various offerings that we went through in this session. So the total 9 different offerings are available for all of us to offer our pure gratitude, devotion, love and oneness, and also to experience the space of gratitude, devotion, oneness with the Devi Parashakti. So the very first one being the e-hundi, where you can offer any amount, the smallest unit of your currency to any highest amount you want to make offering onto Devi Parashakti. Then the next is the Sankalpa chanting, which you have to make the $1 offering. It is the offering of conscious resolution, where you make the Satya Sankalpa, where you create the conscious resolutions to bring conscious manifestation, the conscious breakthrough in your life. The next in the offering was Devi Sahasranama Kasu, where the 1008 names of Devi is inscribed one on one kasu, each name on the gold coin, and you can make this offering onto the 3 denominations, which is $25, $157 and $251. Then comes Mukta Anguthi, which is pearl finger ring. You can make this offering by paying $251, $501 and $750. Then Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is golden lotus flower. You can make that offering by paying $600, $1,200 and or $1,800. Swarna Metti, which is gold touring in the lotus feet of Devi, which is $750. Swarna Mantika, and then Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. Then comes Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. Both the offering can be made by paying $1,008. So now we will also guide you on how to make the various offering, how you can make the payment. So in the registration form, you will get the options where you are ready to offer today or you have the intention to offer the specific sevas. And so we'll go to the each of this individual link and get to see. So you can make the online payment. If you are already ready to make the payment, you can visit the link tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And after you make the payment, we'll actually visit this link and see how to make the payment. And once you have made the payment, you can submit the details for your name to be chanted during the puja on the link tiny.cc sankalpa 2021. So we'll first visit the link tiny.cc/Devi offering. So once you click on this link, you will be led to this website. Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations, and here you can make any offering between $1 to $20,000 unit. And so here what you have to go, you have to choose for sevas. So you can see the various options are available, all those options which we discussed in the earlier session. So you can choose an option, you can choose the Sankalpa chanting. Let's say you go for the Sankalpa chanting. So you can choose the Sankalpa chanting and automatically displays the amount that one need to offer or one need to contribute. Also, if you have many members from your family and friends for whom you want to offer, so you can increase the quantity here. So it will become $3, $4. If you have, let's say, 10 members in your family and you want to chant for all those 10 members, you can select the quantity to be 10. If you have 5 members, you can select for 5 and chant for that one. So here, then once you are done with that, you can go and click on this link called Add to Cart. So once you click here, it will take you to the next page. So here again, if you wish to change the quantity, so you can increase or decrease the quantity here by this option quantity, and accordingly it will show you the amount that one need to offer. Okay. So once you click on the quantity, you will have to update cart. Once you update the cart, it will update the total amount that need to be paid. So because if you just change the quantity and do not update the cart, it will not, like the moment if I change here 910, so it does not reflect $10 here. For that you need to update the cart here. So I clicked on the update cart. Okay. So as we update the cart, the total amount get updated. So once you are very sure of number of people you want to make the offering, you can click on proceed to checkout. So you click here on proceed to checkout. So here you will have to give the billing details. So you can fill your name, last name, all the various other information which is given here. All the star marks are mandatory. So you'll have to give email address, phone number, country, all the various things. Then you can also create an account here. You can place the order, and then the various payment options are available. You can make the payment through the credit card, and other card options are available. Once you fill these informations, you select for I have read and agree to the website terms and conditions, and then you can click on place the order, and it will place the order for you. Then once you are done with that, I'll just complete this specific part, then we'll move to the next one. So once you have made the payment for the Sankalpa chanting conscious resolution, then you'll have to check for the next link, which is tiny.cc/sankalpa chanting. Okay. So on that name, I'll show you the link exact. Okay. So that link is tiny.cc/sankalpa2021. So when you type this link in your browser, it will lead you to this specific form where you can sankalpa name. So you can fill the various confirmation that you need to give, and once you do that, you can put the payment amount. Okay. Also, if you payment via wire transfer, please email your receipt and copy of passport to accounts01kailasa.ltd.com. So if you are making through via wire transfer, okay, if you are using wire transfer medium, you will have to send a receipt and copy of your passport on this email ID. Then you can fill here the payment amount, payment date, which will be today, prayer's first name, so the name, first name, last name, email, phone, city, state, country, all these various informations, and you can select the offering as Parashakti Arulvaku. This is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Actually, this is the Akashic reading. Parashakti Akashic reading session is there. So you can choose this option Parashakti Arulvaku, and you can submit on the next. You can also, this is the Sankalpas. You can click on $1 Sankalpa here. Actually offering for Sankalpa chanting, and then you click on the next, it will take you to the next option. So now we'll look into the other options on how to make the various other contributions. Okay. So again, to make other, you can come here, come back to this specific piece, and Parashakti Bhavasmandi Darshan donation. You can choose for any other offering. Okay. Let's say you want to do the offering of Devi Sahasranama Kasu. Okay, so you can choose, there are 3 denominations available. You can choose for $75, or you can choose for 151 and 251. So whichever you choose, accordingly the amount will be displayed here. You can change the quantity also if you wish to, and based on that you can add it to cart option. And once you do that, okay, so it saves the earlier offerings also. So you can actually cancel if you want to. Let's say you want to remove this one, I can cancel here, and it will be removed. Okay, so now you have only one option, which is Devi Sahasranama Kasu, pure gold coin with each 1 sacred name of Devi Parashakti from 1008 name, with price $151. So you can make this, and again you can proceed to the checkout, same as the e-hundi option or the Sankalpa chanting option that we have. You have to fill the billing details, your card details, and then you place the order. So this is how you have to be putting the various informations. So now we give a few minutes for all of you. Understand everyone? So now we'll also go through how to ask the questions onto Devi Parashakti. So when the Parashakti comes, blesses all of us with her darshan through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we have the very easy option for all of you to put your questions, put your prayer, request, boons and blessing, whatever you want to ask from Devi Parashakti, we can ask those through this simple, following these simple steps. Okay. So what you have to do, actually, you need to go to, if you are not watching through the YouTube, I hope many of you are watching through the YouTube, so you are already on the right place. If you are not watching through the YouTube, let's say if you are watching through the Facebook, Twitter, or any other social media platform, or any other YouTube channel, you can come to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda, which is the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can come to this channel and you can subscribe, and also you can join option, you can click for the membership option. So while you put the question, the questions can only be submitted through the chat options, the comment options, sorry, through where you can comment. And these comments options are open only to the person who are the member of this official YouTube channel. So first thing that you need to do is to become the member, and for becoming a member, you need to click on this join button. So just next to the subscription button, you will see this option join. Once you click in this for becoming a membership, the first step is become a member. Once you become the member, the next step is, once you become the member, you will be able to post your comment. Means here you are going to be posting your questions, boons and blessings, whatever is your prayer, you are going to be putting in front of Devi. So these options will be enabled by this channel now. So once you select on the join option, so let's go by step 1. So step 1, we'll learn more about this one. So for becoming a member on this official YouTube channel, you need to click on join. So the moment you click on the join, it leads to the next screen, which is membership option. You can join this option. So various options are available. You can join the Kailasian bronze option. You can also choose for the silver, gold membership, premium membership, and another this is platinum, and the another one is premium option. So any of these various subscriptions you can go for, you can choose for those subscriptions. All the subscriptions comes with a different perks, and even if you select any one of them, that gives you opportunity to comment, to put your questions while Devi Parashakti is live through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can select any one of the membership option available to you, and you will click on the join button. So actually you click on the left side. If you want to become a bronze membership, you can click here. If you want to subscribe for silver option, gold membership, platinum or premium membership, you click on this tab. The moment you click on this tab, it will lead you to the amount that one need to pay and the join button. So you can click on the join. Once you click on the join, it will take you to the next payment option where you can complete your purchase. So different subscriptions have the different amount that you need to pay, and once you come here, you can select for the various options. Actually, the various payment options are also available. Here you are seeing the Google Pay. I'll directly take you to the YouTube, and from there also we can see. So these options, you will be able to fill the detail, and you can go for fill up your credit card or debit card detail and click on buy option, and you can make the payment. So actually I'll show you on the YouTube directly also how to make. So if you are watching through your laptop, you will see under the live section, live comment section, or the top chat where you are seeing, on the left side you see a dollar option. If you are watching through the mobile, you will see the same option on the right side. You will not be seeing on the left side, it will be coming on the right side. So you can click on the dollar option. The next, after becoming a member, you have to click on the dollar option for making your contribution to the super chat. But if you just want to put your questions onto Devi Parashakti, now this chat section will be enabled for you. You will be able to type your prayer, boons and blessings, whatever you want to ask to Devi Parashakti, you can type here and send it. Or if you want to make any other further e-hundi, any contributions you want to put, if you want your comment to be highlighted, even this option is used for highlighting your comment. So you can click on the dollar sign while you make the payment. it will give you the super chat option. Once you click on the dollar, you get the option of super sticker. Through that, you can select the various super sticker and you can send it to Devi Parashakti. You can select on super chat option. Once you select the super chat option, here you can select the various amount that you want to pay, and also you can write your comment. Okay, so here this option is being shown here. Let's say the person has selected 100 rupees. So 100 rupees is shown here, and then you get the option also to write your prayer or blessings. You can write any comment you want to write here, and based on the amount that you donate, your comment stays for that long time, long period. So this is from the YouTube directly. So you can buy and send. Once you click on the buy and send, it buys and your comments are highlighted. So you can select the amount you want to buy. You remember the comment that is pinned at the top of the chat for different time based on the amount you select. So the higher amount you select, the longer your comments will be seen on the top. Okay. Here. So if you, for the next option is to click on the buy button. So if you once you have selected the amount that you want to donate 100, 200, 500,000, whatever amount, as per your country, that currency unit will be shown. So this here it is showing rupees. If you are from the other country, your country currency will be shown. In that country currency, you can make the offer. You can add the credit card or debit card. You can add the bank account with the Bhim UPI. Means if you are using the UPI payment gateway, you can use the UPI also. Or you can directly use the credit card or debit card. So you can select any one of these options, whatever option is suitable for you. Also, you can send a super sticker. The same procedure will be following. So here various stickers will be shown. You can select some of these, and you can accordingly you can select and send that option. Also, you can put your comment directly on the Facebook also. So you will have to go to official Kailasa Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and the first step is like. So this, if you have not liked this option, here you will be seeing like option. So like and follow Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and under the comment box you can ask your questions here. So you can type the question here, and the questions goes to Devi Parashakti. You can also reply on Twitter. On the Twitter, so you go to the official Twitter handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can click on the following. You can also click on the bell button to get continuous notifications. So you follow this, and then you can ask your question. Go to the reply section on the tweet with hashtag ask the avatar. So here you can type hashtag ask the avatar, and then type your questions that you want to ask to Devi Parashakti. The fourth option which is available here is question on Instagram feed post. So you can go to the official channel handle of Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. So this is with the Sri Nithyananda. You search here with the Sri Nithyananda, you get this option. You follow, click on this follow button. So follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. Then you can ask your question in the comment box. So the live video, wherever the live is coming, under that live you can go and comment there. The next option is you can ask questions on the WhatsApp chat in kailasa.org. So you can visit the kailasa.org website, and once you go, the left side a pop-up will come here. So on this pop-up you can type your question, ask your question, and send it. It directly goes into the WhatsApp. So the question will be received there, and then you can make the offer. So now I'll lead all of you on the YouTube to show you how to make the payment through the super chat. So here you can go to the Kailasa SPH official YouTube channel, and the moment you go, the first video that you will see will be the live option. So whenever it is live, you will get to see the live option. You can click here. I'll mute here. Okay. And here you see the option of dollar sign. Okay. Also, you can click here on the join option. Once you click here on the join this channel, you get the Kailasa bronze, which is 89 rupees in Indian currency. You can select on Kailasa silver. You can go for gold, platinum, and premium. So these are the various options available. If you click on the further join option, it will take you to the next here. Okay. So you can add your credit card, debit card. You can actually, when you click on the, okay. So you can add your credit card or debit card number. You can add the billing address. Okay. Once you add the billing address, you can go to the next option of buying here. And then you'll be able to complete your purchase. The next is on the dollar sign. So through this also you can directly go to all the three options: super sticker, super chat, and join option. All these three are available here. So for putting your questions to Devi Parashakti and putting your e-hundi. So this is also one option of making offering through the e-hundi. You can select any amount you want. You can type here directly, or you can move this dot here on this line. So you can make the various offering. Let's say selected for 10,000 rupees, and then you can type your blessings, the prayer onto Devi Parashakti. So whatever prayer you want to put here, or whatever questions you want to put to Devi Parashakti, into 350 words, you can type here, and it will be pinned. So automatically YouTube will pin your comment, and it will be seen for the duration depending on with the proportion on the amount of offering you are making. So you select the amount, and after selecting the amount, you can click on buy and send option. So here you can make through the credit card or debit card. So as you click on the credit card or debit card, you get this option, or you can change by adding bank account with the Vim UPI. So you can also make the payment through UPI ID. So you can generally it will be phone number @ the bank short name will be there. So whoever is using UPI, they would be knowing how to use the UPI ID, and you can put all the details. Okay. Or you can go to credit card or debit card. You can fill the various details here, billing address, and then click on the buy option. So through that you can make the various payments. Once you are done with that, okay, you will have the option of typing here. So right now it is enabled for everyone, but as soon as the live darshan starts, which is scheduled at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time, you can actually put your questions here and you can send here. So at that time, only when you are the member of official channel, means at least you should have joined this one, then only this options will be enabled. So once you are done that, you will be able to make the offer. So now all of you can go ahead and try out these options, make the offering, and if you are facing any difficulty, you can directly put your comment, because right now it is enabled for everyone. You can put your concern, whatever problem if you are facing, directly in the comment. There are very volunteers who will be helping you, guiding you on sorting out your issues. So we'll give you a few minutes for all of you to make the e-hundi offering, and also to join the YouTube channel, and how to make the comment, how to put the question onto Devi Parashakti, and then we will move to the next session. Thank you everyone for being in this session. Soon we will move to the next session. Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
there are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyanam everyone. So now we will move to the next session, which is going to be Bhava Samadhi Darshan, preparing ourselves for receiving the divine. So here in this session, you are going to be understanding the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan and how it works on us, how it brings the divine connection with the Supreme, how it puts us in the space of oneness, and how it brings the conscious breakthrough in all of us. And then we'll get into the meditation, which will prepare all of us to receive the divine when the Bhava Samadhi Darshan starts. So we'll move to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us understand what the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in the space of time, rather darshan happens when you are lifted out of a space and time. So while you are watching the darshan, you will not be in the zone of time and space, but rather your being will be lifted out of a space of time and space. So during Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neuron mirror that of the avatar. So we'll also get into the more detail about what is mirroring of neuron, what is neuron and what is the mirroring of neuron, how it actually entangles, how it brings the Shakti Pada and Shakti Pada with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. So before we enter into the darshan of Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti through the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, before that we will be led into the guided meditation, the meditation which prepares us, which creates the spiritual and emotional energy. That energy is directed and activated, that is called Bhava. So it will be directed and activated towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now we'll listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, beloved Swamiji, explains about the mirroring of neurons, how the mirroring neuron activity happens, how it brings the space of Shakti Pada and Shakti Pada, through which we get entangled with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's listen to that.
I am introducing one of the important sacred secret, a spiritual principle to all of you. Please listen. The keyword, mirror neurons. Let me explain the concept. Then we will recognize many of our understandings with this truth. As I said, recognizing is recognizing. Mirror neurons. Very recently, I was studying a research paper where they beautifully established with various analysis researchers on a very powerful truth. For example, if somebody is swimming in the ocean, you stand and watch. Whatever brain activity is happening in that person's brain, whatever activity is happening in his brain, in his neurons, please listen. Even if you are watching, the same activities are mirrored in your brain. The same neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Listen. If you are watching totally, the same effect is mirrored totally in you. If you are absorbed in it, you also know a little swimming. Please listen. If you know a little swimming and you are absorbed in it, you are not swimming, you are just standing. Both brains are in the same frequency, the same effect, and no difference. Listen. If somebody is swimming in the ocean, you are standing and watching. If you don't know swimming, if you are not completely absorbed in it, maybe some 80% is mirroring. If you are absorbed in it and you also know swimming, there is no difference at all between his brain and your brain. The mirroring effect, I tell you, if you are watching totally absorbed in it, then the same activity is replicated in your brain, meaning the same kind of electric and neurotic impulses are activated in your brain. This defines, this demystifies many mystical phenomena. Please listen. Now you know why just by gazing into my eyes, you are in the space of completion. Why just looking at me, you are in the space of completion. I am swimming in the ocean of consciousness in the space of completion. Even the so-called moments of my screaming, whether I am smiling, telling a joke, or That is why, even if you are absorbed in what I am doing, even if you are absorbed in the jokes I am telling you, even if you are absorbed in the actions, like very mundane, me serving food, or ordinary actions, walking, sitting, talking, joking, even in the ordinary actions. See, you will not get 100% absorbed in me if I am just sitting in samadhi. But if I am doing normal activities like you will feel comfortable. Oh, like us. Naturally, you will get absorbed. Even that feeling absorbed will put you in the space of completion. This is the reason why the gold, diamond, silk are all put on the deity. Even if you absorb all that ornaments, even that puts you in the space of completion. Usually you do not have the 100% capacity to listen or be absorbed with the happening called life. But if you start doing both, your whole 100% will be on me. How many of you are getting it? Only listening 100% you will not be able to do. Only absorbing 100% you won't be able to do. But that is why here I am playing multiple games. It is literally like a big circus. By that time you understand the joke and start laughing, I already moved on to some other verbal jugglery or brain candy. So naturally you are absorbed in total absorption. Actually, total absorption, totally being absorbed happens during energization. Whether you are there or not, it's my job. I just pull you to that space during the energization so you cannot escape. And you have to vibrate the same frequency as me. That is why people don't know ABCD of life. Just after the 21 energizations, when they go back, it is totally different. Their life is different.
So every one of us understood how the brain neuron mirrors the same activity which happens in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while we are completely absorbed in watching, listening, seeing to the divine. So our brain neurons mirror and activate all the processes, not just activate and process all the observed movements or informations of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. So without we getting involved into any kind of action, just by seeing the neuron activity which happens in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, those same neuron activity can be triggered in our brain when we are completely soaked, absorbed into the seeing of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That means our entire body, silently and without movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. So since Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brain is radiating the superconscious energy, the same brain activity starts happening in our brain, and we also start experiencing the superconscious energy which is being radiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is sitting distances far away. Literally, it is beyond the time and space zone. It does not matter how far he is. Simply the entanglement happens, the mirroring of neurons happen, and through that the various activity starts in our brain. So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon modern world or modern science is just discovering in terms of the quantum tunneling. This science is known to Hindu civilization for eons ago, which is mentioned as the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. So in the Sanskrit, it is known as the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, and these sciences are elaborately explained in the Kamik Agama and in the various other Agamas also. Our thoughts per second reduces significantly as we get entangled with the neuron activity of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the various neuron activity which is happening in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The same activity starts happening. That means we also start relaxing into the space beyond thought, as our Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is always in the space beyond thought, always in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. The same state start manifesting in us. Our thought per second reduces significantly. We start relaxing into the space beyond thoughts, which is thoughtlessness, and we become mentally at ease in the coexisting dimensions beyond duality. Means we and the divine become one. The experience of oneness starts happening, which is not affected or unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So you'll understand about a bit about how the quantum tunneling phenomenon happens by taking the example of electron, which possesses the both nature, the dual nature, wave and particle. So electron, which is not just a matter, but rather it possesses the dual nature, which is called wave nature and particle nature. So when we look at the probability of a quantum particle like an electron with the less kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. So an electron acts both as wave and a particle. So you can imagine a scenario where the electron has to pass over on a hill. So when it has to pass, it needs certain amount of kinetic energy which can overcome the potential energy of that barrier. If the kinetic energy is lesser than the potential energy of that hill, it will not be able to pass. But when we consider that as a wave nature, when we consider the wave nature of electron, it can simply pass through the hill and it can propagate to the other side. And this is the science behind the quantum tunneling. The science is imposed on the people who witness the Bhava Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neuron of divine immediately. Through the quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same neurons. So this is the scriptural reference on the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. When Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in the jeweled world, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. When I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness. Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. But I cannot. After due consideration, I find that the only way to release this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika." Now entering into the next part, where Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva. The consciousness expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sarira and manifests as a Nijavatara, physical form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatara, physical form Devi Meenakshi. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya, manifests as Nijavatara, physical form Bhagavan Muruga. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests in Nijavatara physical form, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavan Paramdhama expresses being of Mahavishnu and manifests as the Nijavatara physical form, Bhagavan Venkateshwara. The Archavatara deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. The avatar, the physically embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of superconscious energy in all of us. So just to bridge the gap that gets created because of our inability to grasp the divine through the Archavatara, the divine takes the manifestation, manifest as the Nijavatara to bridge the gap and take us beyond the space of time and space. When we have the Bhavasamadhi darshan of the Nijavatara, manifesting beings of the various dimensions of Paramashiva, like we get to have the darshan of Kala Bhairava, Lingodbhava Bhavasamadhi darshan, Venkateshwara Bhavasamadhi darshan, Devi Parashakti Bhavasamadhi darshan. All these are the various dimensions of the Paramashiva. So when we have the Bhavasamadhi darshan of Nijavatara manifesting the being of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. So all this divine embodies the various Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the various quality, auspiciousness and powerfulness are associated with the various dimensions of Paramashiva. When we are in the Bhavasamadhi darshan, where we are in the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, all those various dimensions get awakened in us. Those qualities are awakened in us, and we also start manifesting those divine qualities in us. Dimensions of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is Bhavasamadhi darshan. Bhavasamadhi darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. Understand? It is the most easiest way where we do not have to put any effort to experience the causeless bliss, the experience of ultimate that can happen just through the Bhavasamadhi darshan. During Bhavasamadhi darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. So literally our whole being gets entangled with the Paramashiva or the various dimensions of Paramashiva. It becomes alive because it mirrors the same activity which is happening in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the same quality gets awakened. Our being becomes as alive as that divine, and also we start celebrating with that energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhavasamadhi darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very biomemory awakens to the space of Paramashiva. Ultimate consciousness during the Bhavasamadhi darshan. Our very biomemory gets awakened to the space of Paramashiva. Our very biomemory gets purified, rekindled. The higher powerful cognitions get rekindled in us during the Bhavasamadhi darshan. To have the glimpse of having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karma of the lifetime and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. So the karma that we have accumulated in the lifetime, not just in this life, but in the various janmas, the karma which has been accumulated, that gets cleaned, that gets cleared just by the glimpse of the avatar and brings a lasting transformation in us. Now, the next part is the gratitude, bringing the space of gratitude, preparing ourselves to receive the superconscious energy through the Bhavasamadhi darshan. We need to prepare our physiology, our psychology, our very conscious, so that we can manifest the divine, hold the divine into our physical being itself. So for that we'll be led into the meditation. What the meditation that it awakens the gratitude in us, and gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels. So when we are overflowing with the gratitude, understand the gratitude is the best attitude to receive the divine, the super consciousness. When we are overflowing with the gratitude, when our whole being is pouring the gratitude, the reflection of consciousness, the reflection of super consciousness, the various dimensions of Paramashiva can be reflected on our physical, physiological, and ultimately conscious level. So darshan meditation as a preparation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and that's why it's very important to do the darshan meditation before we enter into the darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because it prepares us to fall into the space of gratitude. Only when you fall into the space of gratitude, the reflection of super consciousness, the reflection of various dimensions of Paramashiva can happen on all the levels, whether it is physical, psychological, and conscious level. And this is the time when we drop our Satya Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, the Satya Sankalpa of anything we want to manifest or anything we need in our life. So, while you meditate, while you fall into the space of gratitude, be ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. And that is all you need, that is all we need to manifest the best for our life and for the life of people around us. So whatever we want to manifest in our life, what we need is just the manifestation of that divine, manifestation of oneness, manifesting the oneness, the quality of oneness in our being. And that all is enough. Now, while you meditate upon, we need to have the right context to receive the darshan. So one side meditation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and also it sets the right context to receive the darshan, and that right context is the right declaration. Your declaration to Paramashiva, that Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and you are in this body. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. So this is the context, this is the declaration that you need to make onto Paramashiva, so that you can be established in the right context. When the gratitude, when you fall into the gratitude, at the same time, you have the right context to manifest oneness with the divine. So with this, now we'll give you time to get ready for Panchopachara Puja. Please get ready with all these 5 offerings that you need to make when we get ready, when we enter into the darshan. So before that, we'll have another session, and then only we'll enter into the meditation. But by the time, you can get ready with these following items: sandalwood paste, flower, incense, lamp, and food offering Nevedya. Please get ready. We'll give you a few moments for that before we enter into the next segment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Literally, those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Nithyanam, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be joining us very soon for the Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now look a little bit more into the revelations which Devi Parashakti has already revealed to the world about this COVID-19 pandemic. With thousands and thousands of people across the globe suffering and without a solution for them, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the Adi Kailasa campus and has prepared for this pandemic years before. We're going to be watching a short video about the Nithyananda Linga in the Vaidya here in the Adi Kailasa Bidadi campus. This Nithyananda Linga is made out of the Navapashana, which are the 9 types of poisons. These poisons, when used correctly, becomes a medicine for us, for the end user. Swamiji, having insight, knowing that the pandemic will be coming in the future, created the Navapashana Linga so that all of us will be blessed, will be healed, will have a cure for the coronavirus. Let us all now watch a short video about the Nithyananda Linga.
அல்ல லட்சம் அல்ல கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய்க் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவ பூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய்க் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, அடுத்த சில மாதங்கள்
Yes. So here we have the translation, the rough translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us, to the whole world, for the benefit of our understanding. Roughly translating the sacred secrets which Devi Parashakti has revealed. Even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Paramashodasi, Manon Mani, made responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I'm telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for protection in your life, for your life. And to validate what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic reading, to validate what Devi Parashakti has revealed to the whole world, all you need to do is you can visit and go through so many, just go through Facebook, go through Google. You will find tons and tons of articles telling how bodies are being piled up in cremation grounds. How in Uttar Pradesh, without a means to cremate the body, they are just thrown in the Ganga, the Ganges. There are too many bodies piling up and not enough space to cremate them or even to burn their bodies. Many people have started throwing the bodies into the rivers itself directly, as they are unable to cremate it, neither have the resources nor have the space or time. This is the situation, this is the condition in which humanity is entering into. Joining us today for this segment, we also have Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam and Sri Sarabeshwara Maharaj. We're going to be taking us further down this line and expanding on the revelations and the Akashic readings of Devi Parashakti. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, thank you so much, Maharaj, for introducing us. So, moving ahead.
So we got an overwhelming response from all corners of the world regarding the recent revelation we shared regarding the bio war waged on Adi Kailasa. Various sections of the media and public at large expressed their solidarity and support for the bio war which was waged on Adi Kailasa, and recently we had shared about it. We are going to elaborate on that and going to share some more details and answer to some questions which have been raised by people who are very concerned about the well-being of all the Hindus and all the people in Adi Kailasa, and also by questions which have been raised by some sections of the media. So let us visit the topic for the benefit of our viewers who might not be aware of the details. Anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces have launched bio war using seeds of terrorism on the Adi Kailasa ship, which is like the Noah's Ark or Manu's boat, meant for carrying Hindus across these times of crisis, across the COVID pandemic.
So, we will be going into the details of this attack which happened on the Adi Kailasa by some people who do not want this Adi Kailasa ship to survive. So what method they chose was they sent unsolicited seeds, the seeds which were not demanded by anyone. And it is not a very abstract incident. It is actually happening in many parts of the world. We will be covering also that. So now moving on, we will see the details of. First, we'll discuss about the contributions of Swamiji, why it is so important to keep the Adi Kailasa ship safe. What are the contributions? What Kailasa is going to do for humanity, and what for that reason only it is being attacked? Because you do not attack someone who has no value. So the value, immense value that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has, based on that, the attacks are happening.
So one thing which we need to understand here is, although the gun might seem to be pointed on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples and the ecosystem, it is actually intended towards the entire humanity, because the good work being done in Adi Kailasa, humanity and particularly the citizens of India from this COVID crisis is what these anti-Hindu forces do not want, and that is precisely why they attacked the Adi Kailasa.
So here we will have a quick introduction about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the leader of more than 2 billion Hindus across the world. And for the past 26 years, he has worked tirelessly, revived ancient and authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Kanchi Kailas Sarvagya
We have gone through the details about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but we are revisiting all these things in the retrospect, in the analysis of the intention behind this biowar. We might see Swamiji as our Guru, as our guide, as our God, but what Swamiji means for the anti-Hindu terrorist forces, Swamiji is the only hope for Hinduism which these anti-Hindu forces want to destroy.
So going ahead, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives through its de facto spiritual embassies globally strives to unite all nations in the world for global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare towards development goals, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, food bank, holistic healthcare, revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism. So all these things the Sri Kailasa United Nations under different banners is doing.
And has been doing since the past more than 26 years.
And protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexual abuse victims, vegetarianism and climate change, uniting nations against contemporary forms of slavery, animal rights, deforestation, ancient heritage, ancient sciences, nutritious food and hunger-free world, indigenous aboriginal nations, feminine empowerment and gender equality. So you can see the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is working in all the fields to keep the humanity safe. Also, Kailasa's food bank functions based on the Hindu principles of food. Also, the food bank that is very important now in this time of pandemic. The Kailasa's food bank functions on the Hindu principles of food, health, and service with a track record of 26 years.
Please understand, all these things are very crucial for us to understand why this biowar was waged on Kailasa. It is because Kailasa is a safe haven for Hindus in the present ongoing COVID crisis. Adi Kailasa has resources, has more than 100 tons of groceries and grains alone just for protecting the citizens of Kailasa and whoever comes to Kailasa for refuge. In times of crisis, it has been accumulated over almost a decade, and all these things are there to support humanity in these difficult times. Now, if Adi Kailasa is attacked, it is going to have a profound effect on humanity. Please understand, Adi Kailasa has done mega government projects which even a government would not dare. For example, in 2012, Kailasa executed a big a big flood relief project in Pondicherry and literally recovered an entire state. Pondicherry is a union territory, and the entire state machinery had collapsed, and Adi Kailasa had the Kailasa volunteers and the welfare forces had gone there and recovered the entire state, including odd works like fixing the transformer lines, and made sure that within less than 7 days, the state was back functioning. We even cleared the roads of blockages with JCBs and made sure that each and every citizen of Pondicherry had food. Such massive projects are executed on a regular basis. Every Paurnami festival in Tiruvannamalai, more than 3 million people are served free organic food. More than 3 million visitors and pilgrims are served free organic food. The Kailasa ecosystem has served more than 1 billion meals in the past 26 years.
So you can see the contribution the Kailasa is doing for the humanity and humanity in large and Hinduism in particular.
And the Kailasa food bank is an important component in this. That is why the attack on Adi Kailasa is not just a simple attack. It is an attack on the food security of a large chunk of an impoverished population of India.
Also, we will be just going through quickly the different functions, the different